Well, good morning and welcome to Troy, Alabama. It's a sunny, muggy summer morning and a beautiful baseball facility and a busy day coming your way here on JockJive as we're getting ready to get started with this Showcase Series event. First pitch, a called strike to Logan Ivy, leading off for the 19A Arrows. Alabama Iron, the two teams on the field. Swing and a miss, or a foul tip, I should say, into the mitt. First game of a bunch here today. My name is Tim Altork, and I'll be with you all day long, bringing you the action. Here we've got just the one camera as we're working to get the situation set up out in center field. A ball and two strikes now to Logan Ivy, leading off for the Arrows against Alabama Iron. And that one's fouled back to the screen to keep the count 1-2. Chris Billingsley Jr., the pitcher. On the mound for Alabama Iron. Billingsley delivers the 1-2 breaking ball in the dirt. It's 2-2. I'm guessing that's Billingsley. I'm reading a coach's handwriting, and coaches and doctors about in the same field when it comes to legible handwriting sometimes. 2-2 the count. Long look in for Billingsley, who delivers, and Ivy thought it was ball 4. It was ball 3. Or no, I beg your pardon. I thought it was ball 3. It's ball 4. So Logan Ivy leads off the game with a walk. A little bit of ground rules here for this tournament. A lot of games, a lot of teams here. 3-day event. We'll be here with you for every one of them here at the main stadium. There's actually 3 venues here where this event is taking place in 2 separate tournaments and 2 age groups. It's a total of 28 teams here. 16 in this, the 18 and under group. And 12 teams in the 16 and under group. And we'll have a little bit of both. They'll rotate those 2 tournaments on and off of this field. So we'll have a little bit of both of those tournaments as we go along. Of course, we'll have both the championship games on Sunday once we get to that point in the tournament. This is Jones, the center fielder, at the plate. And he grounds one right back to the mound. A second, a little flip, kind of short-armed it, and that's going to cost him the double play, as Billingsley fielded it in fine fashion, but a little too gingerly with the throw back to second. Kind of threw a changeup back there. But they get the out on the fielder's choice. 1-4 on the putout, 1 away here in the first, and a swing and a miss by Lawson Ledger. Oh, 0-1 the count. Runner goes, pitches inside, the throw sails a little bit and gets past the second baseman. Beg your pardon, the shortstop fielding that throw, but not enough for the runner to advance. So a stolen base for Jones. He's at second with 1 out. And a 1-1 count. If the scoreboard is correct, I'm getting the hang of this scoreboard out in right field. Trying to see where to look there. Swing and a miss late on that fastball. Good velocity. Austin Ledger, the shortstop. Trying to bring this run home and get his team on top. It'll be a time limit on these games. It's 1 hour and 50 minutes for each one of these games. Now, that doesn't mean they'll just drop dead and kill the game once the clock hits 1 hour and 50. They'll finish that inning. They just won't start a new inning. And when I say inning, that means top and bottom half. So if the home team is behind and it's the top of an inning at 1 hour 50, they'll play that full inning, give the home team a chance to complete it. But that's the way it's set up. So if we stop, there's a line drive softly into left, and the runner slips around third. I don't think he was going to try to score anyway, as that ball got back into the infield quickly, but Ledger with a base hit. And it's runners first and third with 1 out. And Cam Dyer at the plate. Little threat brewing here for the Arrows as they get this tournament started. Dyer, the cleanup man, third baseman, swing and a miss. 0-1 the count. Nice off speed, little bit of a breaking ball there. Looked like on the inner half from Billingsley. 0-2 the count. Strikeout would be big here for the Iron. Up and in, it's 2-2. Throw to first. Runner back safely. Runner goes, a good jump. He was going to make it, but the ball was fouled off at the plate. So Ledger will have to go back to first. And the count will stay a ball and 2 strikes to Cam Dyer, trying to bring home the game's first run. Billingsley gets his sign and delivers high. 2-2 to count. Dyer takes up some space in that batter's box. He's a big kid. 2-2, and he struck out. Billingsley got him swinging, and that is a big strikeout here in the first. Second out in the inning. And that'll bring up Cody Walsh, the DH for the Arrows. Call strike to Walsh. Billingsley trying to leave those runners stranded. They got a radar gun on the pitcher. He's hitting low 90s with that fastball. That breaking ball coming in low 80s. And he delivers another breaking ball for a called strike, and it's 0-2 to Cody Walsh. A walk and a base hit here in this first inning. They got him at first and third, but 2 outs. Billingsley trying to get out of it. And that one pops away from the catcher. That'll allow the run to come home without the benefit of a 2-out hit. A little bit of a gift. And the Arrows strike first. A run home. Jones scores on the wild pitch. Ledger down to second. 1-2 to count. Late on that one. Slapped it off a car driving past the stadium on the outside there. You can't see down there, but just outside the camera view on the right side down the right field line is a bullpen there, and it does not take up a lot of space before you get to the street that runs along the side of this stadium. And a car was driving by it. That ball caught the car on a bounce as it bounced off the pavement. Hopefully no damage done there. Rough timing. It's 1-2 still the count to Cody Walsh. And that one gets by the catcher once again. Runner will move up to third. Davis Gully, the young man behind the plate, having a little trouble with those pitches in the dirt. So runner at third now with 2 outs. And Billingsley delivers high. And that runs the count full to Walsh. Already 1 walk in this inning. Walsh again hits one almost in the exact same spot. Out of play down the right side. He's picking them off left and right. This time there was a group of students walking past there. It looks like there's some sort of basketball camp going on here as well. Lots of activity here in the summer with the college students out of class, but different activities going on here on campus. And there's a group of students walking by that almost got hit by that last foul ball down the right field line. Walsh doing some damage. Nobody worse for the wear on that one, though. Still a full count. That one bounced well in front of the plate, ball 4. Good job by Gully that time to block it up. That ball probably 2 or 3 feet in front of home plate. Gully got the body on it. Second walk in the inning for Billingsley. So first and third, they're on the corners again with 2 outs. And Mason Meeks steps in. Fast strike, 93. You hear that one pop in the mitt. Back to the fastball. A little bit low. It's 1-1 now. Up and in. All heaters right now to Mason Meeks. 2 balls and a strike. Nothing wrong with the stuff from Billingsley so far. Just 1 hit, but 2 walks in the inning. A couple of wild pitches have led to a run. See if he can find the strike zone and get out of it. He misses with that one. It's 3-1. And ball 4, third walk of the inning. The bases are loaded. For this tournament, no pitch count limitations. There are innings limits, though. Swing and a miss. Riley Day behind in the count 0-1. And that one is strike 2. Billingsley trying to leave him loaded. Ahead of Day, 0-2 the pitch. Fastball low and away. A ball and 2 strikes. Popped up, straight back. Meeks was running from first. Don't know where he was going. First baseman playing behind him, not as if he had any chance of being picked off, but I don't know why he was taken off there. And a swing and a miss. Day strikes out. Billingsley with his second strikeout in the inning, but a hit and 3 walks, 2 wild pitches, a run comes in. That's the bad news for Billingsley. The good news is he leaves the bases loaded, and it's 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the first. Back here in Troy, Tim Altork, we're here with you on JockJive. First of 5 games going on here today. We'll be with you all day, and they'll turn them around pretty quick. They'll give them a break in between, give the 2 teams that are on a chance to clear out, give the next 2 teams a chance to warm up and get them on the field and ready to roll. So the feed will be up all day long. You may not hear my voice in those downtimes in between games, but you'll be able to keep track of when they're playing and when the games will start, just based on what you're able to see. The next game we have scheduled, Team 334 and the Dothan Expos coming up here at Troy, scheduled for 12:15. But we're just underway here in this first one. Bottom of the first inning, 1-0 our score. The Arrows got a run on a hit and 3 walks. And now Alabama Iron going to try to answer. Shortstop, Run Stripling. Good first name for a leadoff man, Run. Swing and a miss. And it's 0-1 as we start the bottom of the first. Dylan Yu is the pitcher. Popped up on the infield. The second baseman out in shallow right calls everybody off. Makes the catch for out number 1. So Stripling retired. Dylan Yu, the pitcher. YOO, he's not in the lineup, so he's the only time you'll see him is when the Arrows are in the field. He got the first out. Off speed. First pitch is a strike at the belt to Gunnar Justice, the third baseman for Alabama Iron. And that one missed a little bit low and in. 1-1 the count to Justice. Well, we saw Billingsley throwing in the 90s. Yu has barely broken 70. It's what you get in some of these tournaments where you have just a variety of pitchers, a variety of skill levels, and velocity doesn't equate to skill necessarily. The ability to get outs. As Yu has worked ahead in this count, it's 1-2. Delivers Pitcher's low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mason Meeks, the catcher. Good job blocking that one up. That one missed. To fill the count, 3 balls, 2 strikes now to Justice. And that one's ball 4. So a 1-out walk gives Alabama Iron its first base runner. And, excuse me, I messed that one up from the start. Jakyle Sims, the number 3 spot in the order, the left-handed hitter, takes pitch outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Seeing you top out at 76 miles an hour with his fastball. He's throwing a lot of off-speed pitches. That one in there, breaking ball low, 2 balls, no strikes. Started to say there's no, the last half inning, there's no pitch count on these guys. There is an inning limit. Any pitcher that throws 2 innings in a day, make sure I get this right, cannot throw again that day. And no pitcher can throw more than 7 innings in the entire event. So we'll see a lot of arms as that one's popped up behind the plate. The catcher Meeks gets back there in foul territory to make a catch for out number 2. So Sims is retired. A couple of pop-ups have produced the 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. And now TJ Caesar, the first baseman and cleanup man, with a runner at first and 2 outs. So it depends on how these coaches want to handle that pitching. These are some pretty limited rosters. They don't have a ton of guys, at least on these 2 teams. The runner goes, ground ball off the pitcher, and that's going to allow the runner to keep going. Nobody has gotten to the ball yet. Now the left fielder finally comes in and picks it up and holds the runner at third. That sure enough looked like it got a piece of Dylan Yu. They're going to go check on him. Alabama Iron put a little hit and run on. Sent the runner. The ground ball up the middle would have been probably an easy play with the shortstop coming over to cover the bag. But the deflection sent it right back where the shortstop originally was. It went behind him and ricocheted out into shallow left. So a base hit for Caesar, the first hit for Alabama Iron. Runners first and third with 2 outs. Trying to tie this game. Ball high to Gully, the catcher. Foul out of play. 1-1 the count to Gully. So, yeah, there's a lot of ways you can handle that innings limit for these pitchers. You can go 2-2-2, meaning 2 innings each day. Can line drive, 1 hop, eats up the second baseman, a throw to first. Can't pick it out of the dirt, and a run scores. It's 1-1. That play was trouble from the get-go, as the second baseman, Riley Day, did a good job keeping that ball in front of him and giving himself a chance to get the out. And a good throw might have got the out, but it was a little bit low, and the first baseman was not able to pick it out of the dirt. Baylor Turman over there at first couldn't quite scoop it and get that out, so the run scores, and it's 1-1. First and second now with 2 outs. This is the pitcher, Billingsley. He went after that high one and chopped it foul. He was out in front. Two and one the count to Billingsley. And he sends a one-hopper out to short, the flip to second to get the out there and end the inning. But a run across, a walk, an error, a base hit produces that run. And we are tied at one apiece as we go to the second. One to one our score here in Troy. Top of the second. Tie game between the Arrows and Alabama Iron. Both teams with a run across in the first inning. So we get a chance to get a glimpse at another particular rule for this tournament. The 8, 9, 10 spots in the order coming up. Each team allowed to bat 10 players. They allow an extra hitter. The purpose of these events obviously is not necessarily competition, but getting guys on the field, getting them at bats, getting them the ability to be seen. If there's anybody here to see them. And so allowing that 10th man to hit, the extra hitter, different than the designated hitter. It's not just 9 spots in the lineup, but 10. And so the Arrows taking advantage of that rule. Skylar Sanders, the right fielder, at the plate in an 0-2 count. It'll be Sanders, Baylor Turman, Harrison Hicks is that extra hitter in the 10 spot. So those are the 3 due up here in the second. Gets away. A ball and 2 strikes to Sanders. Billingsley out there for his second inning. And a called strike 3. Sanders caught looking for out number 1 in the second. Skylar Sanders is the first out. Baylor Turman, the first baseman, is the batter. Third strikeout for Billingsley. Pitch is high. Determined, ball 1. So 3 separate pools here in this 18 and under half of the tournament. Pool A, Pool B, Pool C. This game is a Pool B game. A and B have 6 teams each. C has 4 teams. They have to keep it even to keep the round robin numbers right. Slowly up the middle, and it's going to dribble out into center field. The shortstop, Stripling, got to it. That's how slowly it was hit. But there wasn't a fielder anywhere near that position. So a CNI single for Baylor Terman. The second hit for the Arrows. And here is that number 10 hitter, Harrison Hicks. Foul that one out of play. One and one the count to Hicks. Strike at the belt, fastball at 90. The 1-2, and he struck him out. 2 outs. 4 strikeouts for Billingsley, and back to the top of the order. Logan Ivy, the leadoff man, drew a walk his first time. He ended up being retired on the base paths on a fielder's choice. Takes the ball up and in. Got a piece of it. Fouled it off the catcher and the umpire. Hit the mitten and bounced off the top of the umpire's headgear there. 1-1 to Ivy. He turns on that one and hits it in the left. A solid single for Ivy. So he's been on base twice. A walk and a single for the leadoff man. He's doing his job. Runners first and second now with 2 outs. And now Jones, who grounded in that fielder's choice, reached base on that play and came around to score the only run so far for the Arrows. First and second, 2 outs. That one missed low. 2 balls, no strikes to Jones. Foul back, going to get out of play. Back behind the first base dugout. Strike 1. 2-1 now. Looking out there on the pitching mound. Maybe hard to see from the wide shot that we've got from behind home plate, but they've got a false home plate and batter's box that they're using as the pitcher's landing area. The pitcher stands on the rubber, and as he steps actually on home plate. It's quite a stride as that ball is hit into right down the line, but over there to get it is Pethel for out number 3. So the Arrows threaten a 2 base hits in the inning. Both those runners left stranded, and our score stays tied 1-1 as we go to the bottom of the second. Bottom of the second. Dylan Yu back on the mound for the Arrows in a 1-1 ball game. Alabama Iron not using the 10th hitter, the extra hitter. So it's 8-9-1 in the order coming up for them here in the bottom of the second. Cole Payne leading it off, and grounds one right side. First baseman Terman Fields throws to you, covering the bag. Nicely done for the first out. Textbook defense by the right side of the infield. One away in the bottom of the second. I beg your pardon. 7, 8, 9 in the order. That was Pethel. Now it's Payne. Now Cole Payne. So Pethel is the first out of the inning. Payne at the plate, left-handed hitter. And he's got himself in a 1-1 count. Cole Payne, the left fielder. Lando Nelson on deck. Two and two the count. That one's high, and it's a full count now to Cole Payne. And Payne draws a one-out walk. Second walk for you. And now the number 9 hitter, the second baseman, Lando Nelson. Payne looks like he's got some athleticism. Might be somebody that has a little speed. That's pure speculation for me sitting up here seeing these guys for the first time, but wonder how aggressive they'll be. Runs matter in this. He bluffs, throws on the brakes, stays at first. Run differential can come into play in the event of a tiebreaker once pool play is complete. Quick throw to first. Try to catch Payne off guard, but he got back. So misspoke. when it comes to the pools. Pool A has 6 teams. There goes the runner. The throw down not in time as Payne steals second. He's in scoring position with 1 out. This is a Pool B game. 4 teams in this pool, so it's 6 in Pool A, 4 in Pool B, 6 in Pool C. I had that flip-flopped a little bit when I mentioned it earlier. And Nelson strikes out. Second out of the inning. Back to the top of the order, Stripling. Run, Stripling. Love it. That's a baseball name right there. Takes low and away. He popped out to the second baseman his first time up. Good speed out at second. 2 outs. A base hit to the outfield. Could put Alabama Iron ahead here. That one somehow missed Stripling. He had to jackknife out of the way of that one. Two balls, no strikes. The count to Stripling. Tapped right at the plate. The catcher jumps out and throws to first. Nicely done by Mason Meeks. I mean, right off the end of the bat. That ball didn't go 2 feet. And Stripling is retired, leaves a runner stranded out there at second. Still tied at 1 apiece as we go to the third. Tied at 1. Top of the third. Arrows coming to bat. Swing and a miss to start the third. Lawson Ledger, 3, 4, 5 spots in the order for the Arrows. Billingsley still out there on the mound for Alabama Iron. Ledger had a base hit his first time up, but he's behind in the count 0-2. Swing and a miss, and he goes down swinging for out number 1 in the third. Fifth strikeout for Billingsley. Now the cleanup man, Dyer, the third baseman. He was one of those strikeout victims his first time up. So each team will play 3 games in pool play. So the number of teams in the pool, you're not going to play all of them, except for the teams in Pool B, because there's only 4 teams. And the standings after those 3 games will determine who advances to the championship on Sunday. There will be one semifinal game in the 18 and under tournament. So the top 3 teams after pool play will advance to play for the championship on Sunday. The 2 and 3, the second and third place teams will play each other for the opportunity to play the first place team for the championship on Sunday. So if the team that finishes at the top of the standings, which I assume will be a team that goes 3-0 and has the best run differential, that team gets a bye all the way to the championship. The 2 and 3 seeds will play each other for the opportunity to play that number 1 team on Sunday. That's how it'll work here in the 18U. In the 16U, they'll just take the top 2 teams after pool play, and there will be 1 game, and we'll have both of those championship games right here on this field on Sunday. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And just to clarify, it's a call strike 3. The ball popped out of the mid of the catcher, but goalie gets to it, throws to first in plenty of time. Dyer down on strikes for the second time. Second strikeout in the inning. 6th in the game for Billingsley, 2 away. We'll have the 2 championship games here. We will not have that semifinal game. The 18U semifinal game will actually take place on the Pike Liberal Arts High School field. So we will not have that game, but the 2 final games we will have right here. Long way to go to get there. That's on Sunday. Cody Walsh swings and misses, and he's quickly behind in the count. 0-2. Walsh drew a walk his first time. Foul back. Didn't miss by much. Up and in a little bit. A ball and 2 strikes. Walsh stays alive, still 1-2. Only game today for these 2 teams. They'll each play 2 tomorrow. And a swing and a miss. And goalie picks it up and tags him to make sure he completes the out. But it's 1-2-3 inning, and Billingsley strikes out the side in the middle of the order, 3-4-5, and he mows them down. We stay tied 1-1 as we go to the bottom of the 3rd. Dylan Yu back on the mound for inning number 3, a 1-1 ball game. He's got the 2, 3, 4 spots coming up for this Alabama Iron team. Been such a contrast in styles to get the same results. You see the velocity from Billingsley, constantly throwing in the low 90s with his fastball. He's got 7 strikeouts through the first 3 innings, Billingsley does. And then you've got you out there who has yet to break 80 with a pitch today, but has been just as effective. There's all kinds of paths to success, folks. It's just fun to see 2 very different ones on display at the same time. It's fun to watch. What makes this game so fun. 1-1 the count. Strike on the corner. Justice drew a walk his first time and scored the only run for Alabama Iron. Laid off of that breaking ball. They checked the field umpire to see if he went around. He did not. So 2-2 to Justice. Gunnar Justice fouls that one off to keep it 2 balls, 2 strikes. This is a really nice college stadium. You got plenty of seats around back behind home plate as that ball's hit into center field for a base hit to lead off the 3rd. Gunnar Justice has been on base twice. No seating down the lines. The seating area in this stadium extends about halfway up the baselines back behind home plate. But it goes up pretty high and sits, I would guess, somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 folks fit in here, somewhere around there. Hard hit, pulled foul, pass first. 0-2 to count to Sims. It's a big high wall in right, excuse me. You can see it's got that green looking Target logo out there. Just 3-10 down the line. Sims is going to see if he can give that wall a look. But no, a good running catch out there in right over the shoulder. Hauls it in. That's Pethel out in right field, making a good running catch for out number 1. Justice stays at first. It's 3-10 down the line. Probably one of the reasons for that high wall down there. Don't see a number anywhere else on that wall, but it runs out to 400. Runner goes. Throw down. We'll have a play, but the throw is offline on the third base side. So Justice able to slide in safely with a stolen base. One and one the count to T.J. Caesar, who had a base hit his first time. And he hits this one hard through the hole. Another single for Caesar. And they'll wave the runner. The throw comes to the plate, up the line towards first. And he tagged him out. Out at home. Nice throw by Ivy. Good job by Meeks to go get it. The throw, as I said, was up the line. And Meeks got back to tag Justice out trying to score for out number 2. On the play, Caesar ends up at second base. Justice thought he was safe. He reacted immediately once he was called out. And I think I heard, as the umpire was clarifying that call, sort of responding to Justice's protests, I think I heard the umpire say that he never touched home plate, which that's what it looked like to me. He tried to slide around the tag, back behind home plate, and get away from Meeks as he was coming back from that first base side. As there's a call, strike 3 to end the inning. So a threat mounts. They get a runner to second with 1 out, but the play at the plate wipes out that scoring opportunity. And we are still tied at 1 apiece as we go to the third. I said the third inning as we're going to break. We're not going to the third. We just finished the third. This is the fourth inning now. 1-1 our score. Both teams scored a run in the first, and nothing since. Chris Billingsley, after struggling a little bit with his control in that first inning, threw a couple of wild pitches, walked a couple of batters that helped the Arrows score their run. Billingsley since then has been very solid. 5 strikeouts over the last 2 innings, including all 3 of the batters he faced in the third. 6, 7, 8 spots coming up. For the Arrows. The catcher, Gully, was on deck at the end of that last half inning, so it took him a moment to get all his gear on and get behind the plate to receive the warm-up pitches, but he's there. Billingsley's warmed up, and we're ready for the top of the fourth. Mason Meeks going to lead it off. He drew a walk his first time, takes high for ball 1. There's a fast strike right through there. A ball and a strike. He was late on that one. 90-mile-an-hour heater. 1-2. Ooh, that didn't miss by much. Dropped the slider in there and just missed outside. Meeks takes a moment now, digs back in. 2-2 the count. And he can't catch up. Strike 3. 4 in a row set down on strikes by Billingsley. 1 out in the fourth. 8 strikeouts now for the Alabama Iron pitcher. And Riley Day, the second baseman, struck out his first time. He stands in there with one out, nobody on. Takes up and in. A 1-1 ball game, and the games can end in a tie if a time limit hits. And that last inning is complete. The game will just end in a tie, and those runs will be applied to each team's run differential. And they will have neither a win or a loss. Day turned on that one, pulled it foul and out of play. 2 balls and a strike. As I said, this is certainly a competition. Everybody that plays this game, no matter what the stage is, has an element of competitiveness to them. You want to win. Wins and losses, not really the primary goal of this event. These kids out of school, some of them are in college. You can, for these 18U, it runs from juniors in high school to freshmen in college. Players that are eligible to play. You can have players younger than that. The younger guys can play up if the coaches feel that's warranted. So some of the organizations that have multiple teams here jumped on the first pitch in the gap. Sanders is going to split it. It's a base hit. Day around second. Sanders digging for second. They'll be at second and third with one out. And the Arrows trying to break this tie. Skylar Sanders jumped on the first pitch and rocketed one into the gap in right center field. And it didn't get to the fence out there. But it almost perfectly split that gap, so both of those outfielders had a long way to go to get to it. Sanders recognized that and was running for second all the way. Pethel in right, Sims in center. Neither one of them had a play really anywhere. So Day at third. Sanders at second with a double, one out in the inning. Turman at the plate had a base hit his first time up and took the pitch low. It's 1 ball, no strikes. And remember, the Arrows got their run on a wild pitch. So Billingsley and Gully don't want to repeat that and give away another run here. You want to make the Arrows earn it. 1-1 the count determined. Up and away, 2-1. Foul back to the screen. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. Arrows looking for a hit here in the fourth, trying to break this 1-1 tie. Stay alive. Fouled another one back. Still 2-2. Day at third, he walked. Sanders at second, he doubled. Pops away from Gully, but it trickles up the first baseline. And they keep the runner from advancing, scoring from third. A full count now to Turman, with Hicks on deck. The 3-2 pitch. In the air, down the line, right side. Pethel pretty deep going over there. It's a foul ball, and it lands foul. Off the bullpen fence. Kicks back into the field down there. That ball went a long way. Turman put a good swing on it, but sent it foul in the opposite direction. So it's still 3-2. Even if Pethel had gotten to that ball, he might not have caught it anyway. That ball was plenty deep to score a run. Had he caught it, the runner could have tagged and scored easily. There's ball 4 to Turman to load the bases. Trouble here in the 4th. And Billingsley going to get a visit, as it looks like this Alabama Iron team is going to try to get somebody throwing. In the bullpen as the infield meets on the mound. And there goes a couple of players down to the bullpen to get loose with Billingsley, who was cruising right along and struck out 4 in a row, including all 3 of the batters that he faced in the 3rd inning. But once again, his control has left him. That's what did him in the 1st. A walk, a double, and another walk has the bases loaded here with 1 out in the 4th. And this game started at 10 a.m. We're at 11:10, so we got about 40 minutes left in this one as far as the time limit is concerned. So that's not really a factor at the moment. Swing and a miss. Hicks struck out his first time. He's behind in the count 0-1 after Billingsley maybe gets a little bit of a course correction from his coach. Slow roller to first. The play to the plate. In time to get the force out there. Nice job, Caesar. Almost a little too nonchalant with that, but he set his feet and made an accurate throw to the plate and got the out. So Hicks can't get the run in. Base is still loaded with 2 outs now. Back to the top of the order. The left fielder, Logan Ivy, takes the ball. Ivy had that great throw from left field to throw out the runner trying to score in the last half inning, kept this game tied. And now he's trying to break the tie himself. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Strike on the inside corner. It's 2-1. That one missed. Up and in. 3 balls and a strike. A walk brings a run in. The Arrows will take that for sure. See how aggressive Ivy is, 3-1. That was a pitcher's pitch, inside corner. It's 3-2. Don't know if he was swinging, if he had the green light there or not. That's not one that he would have opted to swing at where it was. So now the merry-go-round will fire up. 3-2, 2 outs, bases loaded, and fouled out of play. Down there by the oak tree in the roundabout, just outside the stadium. Still 3-2. Long look in, time called. Billingsley taps his chest, said, "That's me. I couldn't decide what I wanted to throw." He couldn't get the sign he wanted. Now everybody's back ready to go. Runners go, the 3-2, and it's ball 4, runs in. Third walk in the inning. Ivy shows the patience, gets the RBI. Arrows lead at 2-1, and that's going to be the last pitch for Chris Billingsley. A good outing for him, but walks 3 in the first, 3 more here in the fourth, and no coincidence, those are the 2 innings that the Arrows scored their runs. And Billingsley's going to be done in this game this morning. We'll tell you about the new pitcher when we come back. All right, I've got to correct myself. There'll be probably a lot of that going on here today. I'm going off a handwritten lineup card. So I've been saying that it's Pethel in right field. That is not the case. Pethel has been batting in the order in number 7, but he has been the DH. He'll take the mound, and I'm not sure who's in right, to be honest with you. They've got 2 other players listed on the bench. One of them, I cannot read the last name. The other one is McGee. So anyway, it's one thing I do know, it is Pethel on the mound. He has not been in right field. He is now pitching. Let me see if I can see who's out there in right. Get my binoculars going here. All right, that is number 4. I'm assuming that that's McGee. So it's McGee in right. Pethel on the mound now. His warm-up's complete. Bases loaded, a run in, 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. And now with the visiting team ahead, the clock does start to come into play a little bit. If it stays this way, by the time we get to the bottom of the 5th, we'll probably be past that hour and 50 time limit. But we'll see how it goes. 1-1 the count. Jones at the plate. That ball hit him. And he'll trade a bruise for a run. It's 3-1. So Pethel comes in and hits a man to drive one in. This is where the game of baseball make you bananas. 2 runs across, just 1 hit in the inning, 3 walks and a hit batter. And now Ledger, who went 1 for 2 against Billingsley, a base hit and a strikeout. Pethel misses high. 1-0. The Arrows trying to do some damage with 2 outs here. Popped up, going to get out of play, foul behind home plate. Goalie gives it a look, but it's off the screen. Will roll back down onto the field. 1-1 the count. We'll be right here for this entire tournament. So any game played on this field, we'll have it live stream right here on JockJive for you. Glad you're with us. Just outside. 2-1. Five games scheduled for today. Popped up. Shallow left center coming in. Payne, the shortstop, though. Stripling is the one who makes the play, and wisely so. Payne had a long way to go. It may not have even gotten there in time. Stripling camped out underneath it. Made the catch to end the inning, but 2 runs across, a hit, 3 walks, and a hit batter. And the Arrows lead at 3-1 as we go to the bottom of the 4th. Three to 1 our score, bottom of the 4th. Billingsley to lead things off. He reached on a fielder's choice his last time. Fouls it out of play. 0-2 the count to Billingsley. Off the end of the bat, it's going to hang up and right for Sanders, who gets there. One away in the 4th. Now Pethel, who came on as the pitcher. Fouls that one out for strike 1. Trying to see what that number is on the scoreboard next to the miles per hour. It's a 4-digit number. They're measuring spin rate. Look at that. How about that? So there's 4 numbers up there, 2 for the pitcher, miles per hour, spin rate. As that last pitch spun and struck out Pethel for out number 2. That one pops away from Meeks. Payne at the plate, the left fielder. He reached on a walk his first time up and stole a base. That was back in the 2nd inning. Didn't get that pitch. on the outer half. Might have been off the plate. It's a 1-1 count. That one was off the plate. Tried to get him to chase again. He did not. The other two numbers are exit speed and distance. So they've got the technology here in this stadium to let you know some information. Another walk for Payne. The second time he's done that. He's at first with 2 outs. I had to get out my binoculars to see that. That's why it took me so long to figure out what those numbers were. I can't see that far. It's bad, isn't it? Runner at first, 2 outs. Number 9 hitter, Lando Nelson, the second baseman, at the plate. He fouled off the first one. It's an 0-1 count. Got to keep an eye on Payne. As I said, he swiped the bag previous time he was on base. 1-1 the count to Nelson. One and 2 now, as he couldn't pull the trigger on that breaking ball. Low and in, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Love to see somebody throw a knuckleball and get a spin rate of about 2. About off. Two balls, 2 strikes. What happened to all the knuckleballers? There used to be 1 or 2 in the major leagues all the time. Grounder to short. Ledger makes the play himself, gets the force out at second base to end the inning. A 2-out walk, but nothing more for Alabama Iron. They trail at 3-1 as we go to the 5th. Fifth inning. It's 3-1. I wonder if guys today still tinker around and horse around with knuckleballs. Seems like when I was coming up, and this has been a while, it's the late 90s, when I played at this level, late high school, early college. But it seemed like everybody that I played with, I mean, not everybody necessarily, but half the guys would just horse around, tinker around, throw a knuckleball, you know, when you're warming up or just whenever you're not really doing anything else. It was always something that guys tended to play around with. I wonder if that still goes on today or if it's just something that's just gone by the wayside. It certainly would be amusing to me to see a spin rate graphic on a knuckleball. That's what got me talking about that. Foul ball out of play for strike one. Roller to short as Dyer is retired on the 6-3 putout. One away. Walsh hit by the pitch. Second batter that Pethel has plunked. Walsh is aboard with one out. A 3-1 lead for the Arrows as they bat here in the top of the fifth. It's 11:30. We're 20 minutes away from the time limit on this game. You wonder if that is in the back of your minds as the Arrows coach. Do you want to slow this game down so you don't have to start another inning after, if you're able to hold the lead in the bottom half of this one? Bethel not getting the release point, and he knows that he's trying to use a little body language out there on the mound to correct that issue. 2 balls, no strikes. So Mason Meeks, the catcher, went 0 for 1 with a walk against Billingsley. Also struck out. Be curious to know about Billingsley, if he's already on somewhere, if he's still in high school. I have to look him up. He's certainly going to be someone, if he's not signed, somebody's going to want him, throwing low 90s. He showed some really good stuff. Bethel issues a walk, 2 runners on with 1 out. Now Day, also 0 for 1, a walk and a strikeout. And they just called a balk on Pethel. He got into his motion and then for some reason had to stop it there. So he gives up a free base, second and third now. Up and in today. Riley Day, 2-0 the count. Fouled that one out of play, 2-1. Pethel hitting the low 80s with his fastball. That one came in at 83. That one missed high. 3 balls and a strike. A hit batter and a walk. The 2 runners on, and Pethel is falling behind again. Ball 4. He's having a hard time finding it right now. And his coach is going to help him do just that. On the way out there, the coach turned and looked back at the dugout. As if to indicate maybe somebody should start throwing, but I don't know if they got anybody else in there. Billingsley's in there because he and Pethel flip-flop positions. Pethel was the DH. He's the pitcher. Billingsley's now was the pitcher. He's now the DH. Billingsley's in the dugout, but he's not going to pitch again. So I'm not sure if they've got anybody else on the bench. So Pethel gets a talking to. See if he can dial in the strike zone. Hit batter, 2 walks. The base is loaded with 1 out. And there's a strike right through there. Good job by Pethel to work ahead. Sanders at the plate. 1 for 2, and he's hit by the pitch. Another run across. And now they will make a pitching change. Pethel just struggling. There are days like that where you just can't find it sometimes, and he's hit 3 batters. Walk 2, giving up a run here in the 5th. The Arrows have stretched the lead to 4-1. And it looks like it's going to be McGee that's going to come in from right field and take over on the mound. We'll verify that. Step aside, we'll be back. So, yeah, it's going to be McGee on the mound. So he goes from right field to pitcher. Pethel, I'm assuming, will go back to DH as Billingsley comes out of the dugout to take over in right field. So those are the changes. Billingsley in right, McGee on the mound. Pethel, as I said, I'm assuming he'll keep his spot in the order and just go back to the DH spot as McGee takes his warm-up tosses. And a 4-1 ball game. And a pitching change, as much as it was needed in terms of time, helps the Arrows here. If you're coming up on 13 minutes left before we hit the time limit for this game, and every second that ticks means that the next half inning, depending on how long this one lasts and, of course, how long that one lasts, could be the end of the game. If they get it in under the wire somehow in the next 12 minutes and able to finish this half inning and the next half inning, then they would have to start a new inning, and this game would continue. Giving McGee a lot of tosses here. You want to let him get loosened up just because he's been in right field. Hasn't had a chance to warm up yet. I don't know if that's a factor or not, or if it's just a set count of pitches regardless, but seems like it's taking a little longer than normal. Now he's ready to go. Base is loaded. 1 out, a run in. 2 hit batters, 2 walks. That was all Pethel's work. McGee trying to calm the storm here. The Arrows trying to extend this lead. First pitch from McGee. Strike 1 at 84. Good zip on that fastball. Got him to chase a high one. Turman couldn't catch up. It's 0-2. Baylor Turman, a base hit and a walk. He scored a run. Good day at the plate down in that number 9 spot. Shallow left. Payne coming in. The runner tags and slams on the brakes. Wisely so. Good throw from Payne. Third base side of the plate. Goalie would have almost certainly tagged out Meeks if he had tried to score on that one from third. So wise decision. Second out. That fly ball not deep enough to add to the lead for the Arrows. And here's Hicks, the number 10 spot in the order. As I said, if you weren't with us early on, 10 spots allowed in this tournament. You can just, what they call an extra hitter, you just add one more to your lineup, get more guys some looks at the plate. And the Arrows taking advantage of that. 1-1 the count. Hicks 0 for 2. He struck out, grounded into a fielder's choice. He's ahead 2-1. Outside, 3 balls and a strike. Base is still loaded, 2 outs. A run in without the benefit of a hit in this inning. Foul back, it's a full count now. And that'll give all the runners a head start once more. They're off and running. It's ball 4. And the ball gets away, and they're going to try to score 2 runs on this one, but it's not going to happen. McGee covering the plate. Goalie wise to that scheme. Threw out Riley Day trying to be aggressive on the base paths and score on that wild pitch from second base. But one more run does score on the free pass. 2 more across in the inning for the Arrows, and they now lead at 5-1 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. And we've got a pitching change here in the 5th. Great work by Dylan Koo. 1 run on 4 hits through 4 innings. really kept that Alabama Iron lineup in check. And the new pitcher is Cody Walsh. So he was the DH. Now he comes to the mound. So they'll lose the DH unless they want Koo to hit, but I don't know that that would be the case. Not Koo, Dylan Yu. Sorry about that. Dylan Yu. So Walsh on the mound, trying to close it out. Possibly. It's 11:44, so we're coming up on that hour and 50-minute time limit. If they can stretch out this inning and get us to 11:50 after the 10 a.m. start, then this could be the final inning. Walsh on the mound. Will face the top of the order, Stripling, Justice, and Sims for Alabama Iron. Big cut by Stripling, didn't get it. It's strike one. And it's a change of pitching styles for the Arrows. Koo, not a lot of velocity. Threw a lot of off-speed pitches and never broke 80 on the radar gun. Now Walsh comes in throwing low 90s. That one at 91, fouled off. 0-2 the count. That is an adjustment. You go from, I think the hardest pitch I saw Dylan Yu throw was about 77. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. Strikeout for Walsh to start the fifth. And now Justice. That one missed up and away. That one high as well. 2 balls, no strikes. Justice been on base twice. He's walked and singled. Stole a base back in the third. Couldn't pull the trigger. Good breaking ball by Walsh. 2 balls and a strike. Chased the high one, fouled it out of play. Right side up into the light tower up there. It rattled around off of those lights and dropped right back down. 2-2. Another foul ball over towards the first base dugout. Another 2-2. That one's low, full count. Well, I thought that was a full count. Now it's a full count. It's 3-2 now. And he grounds this one to short. Ledger makes the routine play for out number 2. Now Sims. Could be the last chance. At 11:48, he steps into the box. Takes low for ball 1. That one missed as well. 2 balls, no strikes. In the air, shallow left. Over there is Ivy in the gap. He makes the catch. At 11:49, are we going to start this inning? It does not appear we are. No, that's going to do it. 5-1 is going to be our final score. So the Arrows take the 5-1 victory here in their opening game of this event. They knock off Alabama Iron 5-1. A lot of walks and free base runners that helped lead to those 5 runs. They got them on just 4 hits. 7 walks and 4 hit batters helped lead to this decisive win for the Arrows. So they're done for today. The Arrows will play again tomorrow. Scheduled for 11:15 over at Pike Liberal Arts High School. That's where they'll play their next one. Alabama Iron scheduled to play at 9 a.m. tomorrow, also on that same field. So Alabama Iron will play the 9 a.m. game, and the Arrows will play the 11:15 a.m. game on that same field tomorrow to get their day started. Both of those teams will play twice tomorrow to close out pool play heading into Sunday. So we'll take a break. The feed will stay up. You'll see that picture there, and we'll make some changes to get reset for the next game coming up. We're right on schedule, so we'll say 12:15 will be the next game. That'll be Pool C in the 18U tournament. Team 334 against Dothan Express. Once again, final score in our first game here today. The Arrows 5, Alabama Iron 1. We'll be back around 12:15 for game number 2 here on this Friday at the Showcase Series. Game number 2 here from Troy, here on JockJive Showcase Series. And we're underway with the 12-15 game. It started at 12-12. And that's important because we got a 1 hour and 50-minute time limit on these games. Getting underway. Team 334 against the Dothan Expos. 334. Familiar area code to everybody in Alabama, whether you have that on your phone number or not, which I do. Not giving you the rest. Pop up right side and going to get down out of the reach of the first baseman. Phillips. Jeremy Gandy leading things off. 4-3-3-4. And he is in a 1-2 count. That one misses high. Glad you're with us here on JockJive. Game number 2 of 5 games here today from Troy. Showcase Series. Swing and a miss and a strikeout to start this ball game. The pitcher is Stinson Draper, and he's got a strikeout for the first out here this afternoon officially. Now Micah Andrews, the center fielder, is the hitter. And he puts the bat on it, hits it into foul territory, out of play right side. Quickly 0-2 to Andrews. Call strike 3 on the breaking ball, froze him. Nicely done by Draper. Back-to-back strikeouts to start this ball game. And now Pritchett. Third baseman. An even count, 1-1. Draper working quickly. Trying to make it a quick first inning. Hard hit right side into the glove of the first baseman, Phillips, right on the line. And he snags it, steps up, and steps on the bag for out number 3. A 1-2-3 top of the first for Stinson Draper and the Dothan Expos. No scores. We go to the bottom half. No scores. We go to the bottom of the first. Left-handed pitcher, fourth, 3-3-4. They got different colored jerseys on. Had me confused for a second. The pitcher and the second baseman are wearing gray jerseys. Everybody else has got that red jersey on, but they're all on the same team. 3-3-4. The team, the pitcher, is Darnell. And I apologize, I don't have a first name. I've got a roster for them, and I do not see him on there, and his first name is not written on the lineup card. So Darnell is the pitcher, and he'll face the top of this Expos lineup, Ashton Trammell, Heath Matheson, and Colin Phillips. Trammell takes a breaking ball for a called strike. It's 0-1. First game in Pool B. Game before this one, the Arrows won 5-1 over Alabama Iron. This is a Pool C game in the 18U tournament. Top teams from each of the three pools after pool play tomorrow will advance to play on Sunday in this 18U tournament. The top seed will get a bye to the championship game. The 2 and 3 seeds will play each other to earn a spot in that championship game. All that will take place on Sunday. The teams will play a game today and 2 tomorrow. Full count to Ashton Trammell leading things off for the Expos. Fun to say that name. Good memories growing up of the Montreal Expos, team that became the Washington Nationals, as any baseball fan knows. And it's a walk to lead things off for Trammell. So he's at first. Shortstop, Heath Matheson. Lefty-lefty matchup. Throw to first to chase Trammell back to the bag. Out of play. 0-1 the count to Matheson. On the corner, good spot by I'm going to say that's Darnell. Again, you put baseball coaches and doctors in a handwriting contest, we all lose. I'm going to say this is Darnell. It looks like it could be 2R. It could be Darrell. But it looks like a Darnell. That's what it looks like to me, so I'm sticking with it. And he gets the strikeout for out number 1. So Matheson retired. And Colin Phillips, the first baseman, made a nifty play to end the last half inning in the field. See what he does with the bat here with 1 out and 1 on. Takes the off speed for a called strike on the inside corner. One and one now. Outside corner at the belt, called strike. Chopped off the plate. Phillips keeps the at-bat alive. It's 1-2 still. Slow roller left side foul. So Phillips will see another 1-2 pitch. This is our second game, 5 of 5 total today. Here from Troy, a swing and a miss, got him swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts for Darnell. And now Gavin Foltz, the right fielder. Runner goes, fouled off the bat of Foltz for strike one. One game today, 2 tomorrow. For all these 18U teams, 16 total teams in this event. Off speed missed outside. It's a big dramatic difference in velocity for Darnell. That one, the off speed was 60. That was the fastball at 82. So these hitters gonna have to do a little guessing probably. And he was guessed wrong on that one, swung and missed out in front on that changeup. I'm gonna call it a changeup. It may be a slow breaking ball, but it doesn't look like it has a big break like that, like you would expect a pitch at that speed to have. Runner goes, the fastball, he strikes out. And it doesn't matter on the throw down because it's out number 3 at the plate. So a walk. And then 3 straight strikeouts for Darnell. And it's a scoreless bottom half of the first. Nothing, our scores. We go to the second. No scores. We go to the second inning. Team 334 coming up for their second look at Stinson Draper. Pitchers have made a strong first move here in this early part of this game on both sides. 2 strikeouts for Draper in the first. And then Darnell one-upped him, struck out 3 in the bottom half. First pitch. Smacked into right. Hayden Causey with a base hit. Gives 3-3-4 its first base runner. So Causey aboard. And now the catcher, Foshi. Takes one up and in. Ball, no strikes to Foshi. One and one now. There's that off-speed pitch from Draper. Stinson Draper. That's a good name. You like TV. Last names of two pretty famous somewhat recent TV characters. Barney Stinson from How I Met Your Mother. Don Draper from Mad Men. Stinson Draper delivers a foul ball off the bat of Foshi. It's a full count. It's warm and muggy here in Troy, about what you would expect for mid-June. First day of summer, not far from here. And the call, strike three to Foshi. One away in the second. Now Braden Adams, the right fielder. Runner goes, tipped into the mid. The throw down a second, gets past the second baseman on a bounce. Causey stays put at second base after he swipes it. So runner at second, one out. Adams, it sounded like he got a piece of that one. And that may have had a little bit of an effect on the throw from Lewis back there. It's got to break the concentration just a little bit if that ball comes off the bat and then into the mid as you're coming up to make a throw. I've never been a catcher, so I couldn't tell you for sure, but they don't let us lefties get behind the plate. Which I don't know why. Never did really understand that. I don't know if they weren't letting us do it or if we just didn't do it. I never wanted to. Up and away, 3-1. Seems like I saw a left-handed catcher somewhere recently. At the college level, maybe on TV. But you don't see it much. Oh, he's got him picked off. He was turning to throw to second. The runner broke for third. They got him in a rundown. And the diving tag attempt. The tag is applied. And that is out number 2. The shortstop, Matheson, makes the play after Draper had the runner picked off. Causey, aggressive on the base pass, had already stolen second, was looking to swipe third. Draper was wise to it. Got him in the rundown and picked him off. And a grounder to second. Trammell gobbles, throws, and that ends the inning. A leadoff single, a stolen base. A little bit of a threat for Team 3-3-4, but the out on the base pass ended that. And in essence, it's 3 up, 3 down here in the second. 4-3-3-4, and a scoreless ball game as we go to the bottom of the second. wild things in this ball game right now. Pitcher's doing the job. Bottom of the second, no score. Each team has had a base runner. But not much more than that. It'll be the 5, 6, 7 spots in the order coming up for the Dothan Expos in the second. Brady Lewis, Jackson Langham, Tyler Booth. And the Expos taking advantage of the extra hitter rule in this tournament. So they've got 10 in the lineup. Booth, due up third in this inning, is that extra hitter. He's not playing in the field. And they'll face Darnell. He of many different speeds, different velocities. A 63-mile-an-hour pitch for a strike to start Brady Lewis, the catcher. Back with the fastball at 78. Missed with it. It's 1-1. Roller to third. Pritchett across the diamond in plenty of time to get Lewis for out number 1. Now the third baseman, Jackson Langham. He was bailing out on that one. Waved at it and missed. 0-1. That one out of the zone high. A ball and a strike. Breaking ball. That's a good pitch. He's obviously got a lot of confidence in it. He's thrown it pretty much in any count here early on. He started batters with it. He's used it quite a bit. He's really kind of pitching off of it and mixing it up with the fastball. That was another bender and another grounder and another out, 2 away. And now that extra hitter, Tyler Booth, batting in the number 7 spot. Out in front, swung and missed, 0-1. And there is first pitch, breaking ball. Again, off speed. That doesn't look like that was not a curveball. That was a changeup, and it's hard for me to tell from up here if it's all changeups or if he's mixing in a slow curve with that. There's the fastball, and it's lifted to the left. Gandy out there closes the lid on that can of corn and this inning. 1, 2, 3. Go the Dothan Expos in the bottom of the second. Still no scores. We go to the third. No score as we go to the third. These ball games are either 7 innings or an hour and 50 minutes. And they won't just drop their gloves when it hits an hour and 50. They'll finish the inning, and if the home team's behind, they'll get a chance to hit. So it's not a hard time cutoff. But if the inning ends beyond that cutoff and the game's tied, the game will be over. The ties will stand. It won't continue to play beyond that time limit. If the game ends in a tie, it ends in a tie. And that will be factored into the standings within the pools. As I said, 3 pools in this 18 and under tournament. This is a Pool C game between 3-3-4 and Dothan Express. Top team from each pool. Advances to championship play on Sunday. That's 3 teams. So the 2 and 3 seed, they'll seed them based on their record and run differential. And based on that, the top seed will make the championship. The 2 and 3 will play each other to earn that second spot in the championship. And all that will be on Sunday. One and one the count to the first baseman, Sam Hall. 7, 8, 9 spots in the order for a 3-3-4 in the top of the third. Missed a little bit low. It's 3-1 now. And there's ball 4, low and in. First walk issued by Draper. A base runner to lead off the third for 3-3-4. And now the pitcher, Darnell. Left-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. In that 8 spot, brushed him back. Ball 1. Draper looking to find the strike zone again. He's been fighting it a little bit in this inning. Bunt shown. Ball taken. It's 2-0. Again, high and tight. 3 balls, no strikes after a leadoff walk. See if Draper can dial it back in here. He missed with that one, a 4-pitch walk, back-to-back free passes. Runners first and second with nobody out. And the number 9 hitter, again, another name I have to decode. I believe this says Hatchers. Hatchers is the hitter, and he'll have to wait for them to try to get Stinson Draper straightened out. See all the coaches wearing those wide-brimmed hats. It's the second one we've seen today come out there. It's just unusual type of thing you see during summer ball. Those guys out in the heat of summer, don't blame them for wearing some portable shade on their heads. So the number 9 hitter, Hatchers, is going to step in. Back-to-back walks to lead off the inning. Runners first and second, nobody out. And Draper misses with that one, up and in. Hatchers was going to bunt. Try to get those runners up at both into scoring position. But he's ahead in the count 1-0. See if he's still bunting here. Not tipping his hand. Now he squares as Draper got into his motion. The runner goes, and they're going to get him. I don't know what that was. And neither does the third base coach. Very unhappy with that base running miscue. Sam Hall out at second base, anticipating the bunt. I know what he was thinking. Just trying to get a jump on that secondary lead with the bunt, and saw the pitch go outside and maybe thought it popped away, as that one just did. But Lewis on the previous play just caught the ball and threw Sam Hall out, and that's unfortunate for 3-3-4 because that pass ball on the next pitch might have had him at second and third. As it is, it's a runner at second with one out. And Draper finally able to find the strike zone. It's 3-1. Short lead at second. And that one on the corner. On the inside to fill it up. 3-2. The 3-2 sailed on him. Up and in, ball four. So if not for the caught stealing, it would be bases loaded, nobody out. After three straight walks by Stinson Draper. And back to the top of the order, the left fielder, Jeremy Gandy, who struck out his first time up. He shows bunt. Takes the ball. Home plate umpire says it was outside, 1-0. Sounded like it might have clipped the bat. You didn't hear anybody protest that. He did get the bat onto that time. Foul for strike one. It's 1-1. Runner goes, throw to third, safe. I was just about to say base running had hurt 3-3-4 both of the last two innings, but that time they execute the double steal. So they don't need the bunt to get the runners to second and third. Gandy in a 1-2 count, strikes out. Draper making a pitch when he needs it with runners in scoring position. 2 away in the third. But the threat remains. The first run of the game is 90 feet away. If Micah Andrews can find a way to bring it home. Takes a ball. Andrews, the center fielder, struck out his first time. Chops one to short. The runner falls down, and there it goes right between the legs of the shortstop, Matheson. They'll wave the runner around. The throw to the plate is late, and it's 2-0. 3-3-4. The walks come home and air out at short, and 2 runs across. Break the scoreless tie here in the top of the third. You have to wonder if Matheson was distracted on that play. You had Hatchers right in front of him coming off the base at second. He paused as that ball went by. First pitch swinging in the air to right. Going to hang up out there for Fultz, who puts it away for out number 3. Pritchett is retired, but not before 3 walks and an error produced 2 runs. And it is 2-0. 3-3-4 as we go to the bottom of the third. pitcher for 3-3-4. I can't read this. I cannot read this name. I really am struggling. I wish I could show you this. It runs, not only the letters run together on the page here for this pitcher, number 12, but it also runs together with the name below it. So I can't tell what one of the letters in the middle of the name is. I'm not even going to try to say it. It starts with an M, and that's all I know. If I had to guess, I would say Montecharl. That's just not a name I've ever heard of, though, so I could be just completely butchering that. Montecharl, that would be my guess. Anyway, he's a left-handed pitcher, and he's started the inning with a strike to his counterpart, Stinson Draper, at the plate. And now the count is even 1-1. So 2 innings pitched by Darnell. It's important that these coaches manage that, because over the 3 days, pitchers are not allowed to throw more than 7 innings. And it won't matter today because this is the only game for these teams, but if you throw 2 innings in a game, you can't throw any more that day. So those are the limitations on the pitchers in this event. And that one's a one-hopper back to the mound. Throw to first. Draper is retired for out number 1. Montecharl. I wonder if that's it. Caden Wright, the number 9 hitter, center fielder. Pitch misses up and away, 1-0. In the air, left center. Over there towards the gap is Andrews, the center fielder, puts it away for out number 2. And now Michael Busboom, the left fielder, batting in that number 10 spot. Just one base runner so far for these Expos from Dothan. Popped up foul territory off the first base dugout roof for strike 1. The Expos got a leadoff walk in the first. But the pitching of Darnell and Montecharl have retired each of the last 8 hitters. The 0-2. Called strike 3 and a quick inning. 4-3-3-4, another 1-2-3 frame. Keeps the Expos scoreless, 2-0. 3-4 leads it as we go to the fourth. We got a 2-0 ball game. 3-4 visiting team in the lead. Coming to plate, trying to add to it. 4, 5, 6 spots in the order. Causey, Foshee, and Adams. Two runs without a hit in that inning. Oh, 0-2 the count. It was 3 straight walks that really set the table there. Draper just temporarily lost command of the strike zone. He's got it back now. He's pounding the zone here. It's ahead in the count 0-2. That one bounced up there. Good pitcher's pitch. Ahead in the count. Try to get him to chase. A ball and 2 strikes. On the corner. Good sequence there by Draper. Gets the strikeout. Fifth strikeout for Stinson Draper. One away in the top of the fourth. And now Foshee, who struck out looking his first time. Ducked out of the way of that one for ball 1. Strike on the corner on the outside. 1-1 the count. Draper working quickly, serves up a pop fly on the infield. Matheson out at short. Couple steps in. Makes a catch. 2 away. Rolling right along here. Started at 12:12. We're coming up at the 1 o'clock hour. And we're 1 out away from finishing the top of the fourth. A strike to Braden Adams, who grounded to second his first time up. That one broke off the plate outside. 1-1 the count now. Pitch is high. 2-1. The home plate, the camera that you're watching, is the only one we've got. We are equipped and able to set up a camera out in center field looking back towards home plate, but the platform up there is inaccessible. I would say it's about a 12-foot platform. There's no attached ladder, which is probably smart in a college town. You don't want mischievous students climbing up there and doing something silly when they shouldn't be. But because there's no ladder, there's no way to get up there to set up that camera. So that's why we don't have it. That's why we just have the one look for you here today so far. Hopefully we'll get that resolved. Maybe later today, but better chance of that happening tomorrow. Adams works a 2-out walk. He's at first. Now Hall takes a strike at the knees. It's 1-1. Sam Hall led off that last inning with the first of 3 straight walks. That pitch missed up. It's 2-1. Four walks now for Draper. He got him to swing and miss, and it's 2-2. That ball was picked by the catcher. The runner took off anyway, and he's going to make it. Ricochet out into right field. Runner stays put at second. But that's a good read. Good base running by Braden Adams at first. A ball in the dirt. The catcher way off center in terms of being able to get into a throwing position. Even though he got the mid on it and kept it from getting by him, he was not able to make a good, strong throw. And Adams took advantage to get down to second base. So he's in scoring position. It's a full count to Hall, and he fouls it out of play. Team 3-3-4 trying to add. Trying to add on here in the fourth. They lead it 2-0. Hall tipped it into the mitt. He was crossed up. He had a funny swing at that pitch. Didn't get it. He's down on strikes, and the inning ends with a runner stranded at second base. 2 more strikeouts in the inning for Draper. But where it counts, 3-3-4. Ahead in this ball game, 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Nothing our score. Montecharl. And if that's not his name, I'm gonna just apologize and move on. That's my best guess at it. But he's part of a no-hitter. Not trying to jinx it, but these 2 pitchers for 3-3-4 have not allowed a hit. There was a leadoff walk to start the game. That's the only base runner so far for these Dothan Expos. Darnell Montecharl, since then, have retired 9 in a row. And with the 10 batters in the lineup, 4th inning, Expos just now starting their second time through. It'll be the top 3 spots in the order: Trammell, Matheson, and Phillips. Wait for the umpires there. Getting a little break from the heat. trying to hydrate. Don't blame them a bit. They don't get to go in and out of the shade like the players do. Pitch missed low and in to Trammell. Trammell, as I mentioned, was the leadoff man in this ballgame for the Expos in the bottom of the first and drew out walk. The only base runner so far. Tapped at the plate. Evens the count 1-1. I'll hand it to Troy. I've sat in a lot of broadcast booths and all kinds of different chairs as there's a grounder to short on a couple of hops. The throw gets over there on one hop, but good pick by Sam Hall to complete the out and retire Trammell. One away in the fourth. Sat in all kinds of chairs, all kinds of stools, stood up, sat in bleachers. This might be the best chair I've ever sat in a broadcast booth. It's cushion. The back of it is curved a little bit, and it's got some give, so it's almost like a rocking chair. It's got a little rock to it. So that's when I sit back in between innings when I'm not leaned over my scorebook. It's a good sit. I'll just say it. It's a pretty good sit. 1-1 the count to Matheson, who struck out his first time. Didn't get that one, and it's 1-2. He chased one in the dirt. They'll have to throw him out at first. After that, strike three, they do. And it's 2 outs here in the fourth. Now Phillips, the first baseman. Montecharlo starts him off with a strike. 0-1 the count. Got a piece of it. 0-2. Pokes a ground ball to second. Throw was a little bit offline. Hatchers put a little mustard on that one and made Sam Hall work a little bit, but Hall was able to grab it. And it's a 1-2-3 fourth inning. Still no hits in this ball game for the Dothan Expos as they trail it 2-0. It's 2-0. It's the top of the fifth. And we're not even an hour into this game. That tells you really how much the pitching has been in control of this game. The only hiccup has been Stinson Draper's third inning, 3 straight walks to start the inning. Almost got out of it, but an error with runners at second and third with 2 outs allowed 2 runs to come across, and that's the difference in the game right now. 8-9-1 spots coming up for 3-3-4 with that 2-0 lead. And this is the first time that Montecharl has batted. He's in that spot where Darnell was. Darnell drew a walk and scored a run when he batted. He's out of the game. And Montecharl in the 2-0 count. Strike on the corner at the knees, 2-1. That one's a little bit low. 3 balls and a strike. Next game scheduled for 2:30. The way we're going, that won't be an issue. As there's a swing and a miss to run the count full. And of course, now that I said that, I've thrown a monkey wrench in the whole thing, I'm sure. Tapped, foul. Good play by the umpire. Still 3-2. But 2:30 the next scheduled game, FB Scout and Prime 9. Chopper foul up towards first. Count will stay full. FB Scout Prime 9, that's the 18U competition. Also a Pool B game. We saw there's only 4 teams in Pool B, so we saw the other 2 in the first game today. And we'll see those 2 in the next one as Montecharl draws a walk. 5th walk for Draper. Hatchers takes a strike. Saw Hatchers try to bunt. The last time he came up with runners on. Swinging away this time, though. He's in a 1-1 count. Not a big lead at first. Good breaking ball. A ball and 2 strikes. That one's in the dirt. It's 2-2. Well struck. Nice jumping catch out there at second by Trammell. A leaping grab on maybe the hardest hit ball of this ball game. Hatcher stroked it, and Trammell robbed him. Timed that jump perfect. So 1 out on the nifty play out at second base. Runner still at first. And back to the top of the order for Gandy. Jeremy Gandy has struck out twice. He's ahead in the count, 2-0. And worth mentioning there after that line drive, nice job by Montecharl at first as he takes off for second. And the pitch clipped Gandy on the way by. So he takes his base, no stolen base. But it's runners first and second with 1 out now. after the hit batter. Time called. Might get a pitching change here potentially. And that looks like that's what's going on. I think the coach is taking the baseball from Stinson Draper. And, yeah, they're going to make a change. Out and left, it's Busboom who they're calling in. So we'll let them do that. We'll take stock of the changes, where everybody ends up, and let you know all about it when we come back. All right, trying to figure out, there's several changes here defensively. So Draper is going to go to short. Matheson is going to slide over to third, I believe. Yes. Langham goes from third to left, and Busboom comes from left to the mound. So it's Langham in left, Draper from the mound to short, Matheson from short to third, and Busboom from left to the mound. And also Booth is at first base now. And that may have been the case to start this inning, but he started the game as the extra hitter. But he has got a glove and is playing a position out there. Bunt back to the mound. Busboom tested immediately, makes the play with the second baseman Trammell covering at first. Successful sacrifice by Micah Andrews. Two outs in the inning. And runners second and third for Pritchett. Right back to the mound. Busboom glanced off his glove, stays with it, scoops to first to get the out. And in the threat. So a walk and a hit batter lead to two base runners, but they're left stranded after the pitching change. Busboom throws two pitches and gets two ground balls right back at him and gets out of the inning. Still 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the fifth. Bottom of the 5th. Dothan Expo still looking for their first hit. They trail it 2-0. In this Pool C game. Pool A, Pool C each have 6 teams. So they won't all play against each other with just 3 games that each team is playing. Pool B has 4 teams, as I mentioned a little bit ago, so they all will face each other. That'll be a true round robin in that pool. In the 16U, we will get a couple of 16U games here on this field. Got one coming up a little bit later today. Not as many teams in that tournament, just 12 instead of 16. And that is 2 pools of 6 teams. And the top 2 teams out of pool play will advance to the championship here on Sunday in the 16U. 2 balls and a strike to Gavin Fultz. And time's being called here. And the coach is coming out with a player walking behind him in the middle of a count. We're going to get a pitching change, I believe. Now he waves him in. All right, we'll step aside, tell you about the new pitcher if we can. But Monty Charles Dunn in the middle of a count, 2-1, as he steps out and the new pitcher comes in. We'll be back. This is just how it goes sometimes in these events. They brought in a pitcher who does not have a number on a shirt. Not only are all the uniforms a little bit different, not all of them, but some of the players are wearing different uniforms for 3-3-4. The pitcher that has come in has no identifiable markings on his uniform whatsoever. So he will remain nameless. There are a couple of names left on their roster, but if I had to, there's no way I can know which one he is. But he's coming in, going to try to add to this no-hit effort. Once he finishes his warm-ups, he'll be in a 2-1 count with Gavin Fultz. Like I said, there's not a pitch count limit. For these pitchers, and there's no other game today for these teams. So I'm not sure what prompted that mid-count pitching change. I'm sure there was a reason for it. but that is not obvious to me. So it's 2-1 as the new pitcher, whose name I cannot determine, serves up a foul ball. It's 2-2. That one just missed a little bit low. Full count to Fultz. He struck out his first time up. Again, just the second time through the lineup, even though it's the 5th inning. And Fultz fouls that one out of play. Still 3-2. Another foul ball. This one straight back. Another foul ball, jammed him. Troy, Alabama. Jammed him again. Little pop that's going to land between second and the pitcher. The pitcher can't pick it up. He was the only one that could have made a play. And there's your first hit. It doesn't even travel 90 feet. Gavin Fultz with a single on the infield. A little jam shot, pop fly that landed just shy of the cut of the dirt. A leadoff single for the Expos. And now Brady Lewis. He hits that one pretty good to left, but it's going to be tracked down by Gandy. And the base runner got completely lost. Fultz, I don't know if he thought that ball was going to get over his head, if he didn't know how many outs there were, but he spaced out and is doubled off of first base. He had rounded second, to the shock of everybody. I think even the left fielder, Gandy, didn't realize that there was going to be a play on that ball. That seemed like a routine fly ball to left. And the fact that the base runner was where he was caught a lot of people off guard, I think. So 2 outs in the inning now, nobody on. A 1-1 count to Jackson Langham, who's now the left fielder for this Dothan Expos team. Grounder, nice diving play. Sam Hall feeds the pitcher, nicely done. That's beautiful defense by this 3-3-4 team. Sam Hall, a diving stop at first. Got the accurate throw. Great job by the pitcher to get over there and not assume anything. Did his job to field the bag. And they get the out to end the inning. Still 2-0 our score as we go to the 6th. We started this game at 12:12. So an hour and 50 minutes would be 2:02. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, 2:02. We're right at 30 minutes away from that as we start the top of the sixth. Just something to be aware of. We may get through 7 here. First game today ended after 5 innings because of that time limit. Middle of the order for 3-3-4. Causey, Foshee, and Adams. Causey's hands slipped. He's not wearing any batting gloves. And after that swing, the bat came out of his hands a little bit. He taps that one back to the mound. Busboom flips to first. He's been busy. He's got the formula. Busboom has faced 3 batters. They've all grounded out to him. Don't see that very much. 3 straight fielding assists by the pitcher. A ball and no strikes. Now to Foshee. 2-0, and as that one missed low. That might get down, and it will out there in right field in front of Fultz, a base hit. So Foshee's 1 for 3 now. A 1-out single here in the 6th. And they're going to run for him. If this is correct, that's Quates out there at first, running for Foshee. Swing and a miss. Braden Adams behind in the count, 0-2. Takes one off the plate outside, a ball and 2 strikes now. Adams 0 for 1, he's grounded out and walked. And waves at that one, he was fooled. And strikes out for out number 2. First strikeout for Busboom. And now Sam Hall, who made that really good play at first base a little while ago. Checked the swing, couldn't stop it. Went around for strike 1. The 0-1. Another swing and a miss, 0-2. Hall calls time, steps out. Grounder past the mound out to second. Trammell on to first, gets the out. And retires the side. They leave a runner stranded after the 1-out single. Bottom of the sixth, still 2-0 our score. It is 2-0. Bottom of the sixth, just one hit in this game for the Dothan Expos. That came an inning ago, a little infield bloop pop fly that didn't even make it to the dirt. Just landed in no man's land out past the pitcher towards second base. But other than that, it's been a steady string of outs by these 3-3-4 pitchers. Seven, 8, 9 spots in the order for Dothan. Booth, Draper, and Wright. Booth flied out to left his first time. Takes a ball. Not sure where that one was. Might have been a little bit low. Pretty good breaking ball there from the pitcher, whose name I do not know. Two and 0 to Booth. Strike called. It's 2-1. Three balls and a strike. Swing and a miss. It's 3-2. And a ball outside. A leadoff walk. As quiet as these hitters have been from Dothan, it's still just a two-run ball game. String a couple of hits together, you got a chance to steal a win here. Now Draper, who started the game as the pitcher and has moved to shortstop. He grounded back to the pitcher his first time up, 0 for 1. Runner goes, little pop, shallow right. Adams coming in. They might get another double play. They will. No fault of Booth there. He was running on the play, and by the time he realized that ball was going to be caught, he was almost all the way to second. Not much chance for him to cover that ground, especially as shallow as that ball was hit. Adams didn't have a long throw to make to double Booth off there. And a one-hopper to second. Close play at first, but the out is made as Caden Wright is retired. So a leadoff walk, but another double play wipes out that base runner. And we go to the seventh. 3-3-4 leading it 2-0. We have made our way to the seventh inning, top half. 3-3-4, the visiting team with a 2-0 lead. Try to add to it. So we're going to get a full 7 in this game, as we're still about 20 minutes away from the hour and 50-minute time limit. We start inning number 7, and with the home team trailing, we'll definitely see the bottom half as well. Busboom back on the mound. He'll face the pitcher spot. Hatchers and Gandy, 8-9-1 in the order. Mentioned it in the first game, worth mentioning again. It's a really nice facility here. All turf out there on the field, except for the pitcher's mound. I assume that's dirt. That's the only thing that's a different color, and you can see how the dirt from the mound is bled onto the turf surrounding it. And they've even augmented that with so many games going on here over the next 3 days. Rather than leave that dirt exposed, they've placed a artificial batter's box and home plate out there on the mound, what they would normally use for batting practice. They put it on the mound so that they don't have to repack that mound between games and take care of it like that. It's a smart move by the folks here at Troy. As I said, 5 games on this field today, 6 tomorrow, and 5 more on Sunday. That would just be a very difficult thing to maintain a pitcher's mound through all of that. So they put that little sheet of turf that has a batter's box and a home plate on it out there on the mound. 3-0 the count. 3-1. This is the mystery pitcher at the plate. And he draws a walk as the ball gets by. Base runner coming in. Can't see who that is. There we go. I'm not sure. No number on the front of that jersey either. All right, first, nobody out. Top of the 7th. Hatcher's at the plate. He's walked and hit that line drive to second that Trammell just made an outstanding play on, a leaping full extension catch, elevating into the air to steal a hit from Hatchers. The last time Hatchers came up, that was in the 5th. That one does pop away from the catcher, Lewis. The runner goes down to second base. So 3-3-4 trying to add to this lead. Runner in scoring position with nobody out. And a 3-0 count to Hatchers. Booth comes charging in on the 3-0 from his position at first. Doesn't matter, it's ball 4. And we're going to get another pitching change. Looks like it's going to be Langham coming in from left field. That's where Busboom started the game, so this might just be a straight swap of these two. We'll see if that's the case when we come back. It is Langham coming in from left, and it is Busboom going back to left, so a straight swap of positions for those two players. After we had a little bit of a musical chairs on the left side of the diamond after the last pitching change, this one a little bit more straightforward. Runner at second. Runners at first and second after Busboom issued a couple of walks to start this inning. And that gets 3-3-4 back to the top of the order. Again, Booth creeping in at first, expecting a bunt. The ball goes behind Gandy. He's already been hit by a pitch once. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts in addition to that. Again, that one sails on Langham enough that Lewis couldn't get the mitt to it quick enough to catch it. All the way back to the backstop. And again, the bunt not needed as the wild pitch allows the runners to move up and do the job instead. Now maybe Gandy can try to drive him in. But first, Langham has got to get it somewhere near the plate. Can't do it on that one. It's 3-0. Infield comes in for Dothan. Ball 4. Getting a little bit closer. He started behind Gandy and sort of worked his way, crept his way back closer towards the plate. That one was over the plate but high. So 3 straight walks, 2 by Busboom, 1 now by Langham. And the bases are loaded with nobody out. And again, the infield stays in on the grass as Andrews takes a pitch inside for ball 1. Micah Andrews, 0 for 2. He struck out, reached on an error. Also laid down a sacrifice bunt. It was his ground ball to short in the 3rd inning that went through the legs of the shortstop and allowed the only 2 runs of this game to score. Langham can't find it. 3-0. It's tough coming in from being on the field, having not thrown any warm-up pitches. I know these guys do it. You do it in high school a good bit. You certainly do it in the younger stages of your playing days. But it still doesn't make it any easier. Sometimes those dozen or so warm-up pitches that you get coming in from left field just aren't enough for you to lock down, and we get another walk, an RBI. For Micah Andrews, makes it 3-0. 4 batters in this inning, 4 walks, and there's a called strike. Pritchett, 0 for 3. He's grounded out twice and flied to right. Chopper to second. Play there, comes home. The force out, back to first. In time for the double play. Nicely done by the Dothan defense. 2 hopper to Trammell, who was, as I said, they were pulled in on the infield just for that purpose. He threw a strike home to the plate. Lewis stepped out and threw a strike back to first base. Double play, 2 outs. Ball gets by, though. A run's going to come home on the wild pitch. After that outstanding defensive play, they give up a run. On a wild pitch by Langham. So Pritchett hits into the 4-2-3 double play. And Gandy just came home on the wild pitch. Andrews at third. And a 3-0 count to Hayden Causey, who's 1 for 3, had a base hit in the second. Little pop out towards short. Draper there to make the catch, but not before 2 more runs come across. 4 walks and a wild pitch. And it's 4-0 as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th. This will be the last inning regardless. We're bumping up on the time limit here. An hour and 50 from our start time would be 2:02. And it is 5 minutes away from that. So even if Dothan ties this game, that would be the end of it. It would end in a tie here. Of course, they could rally and win it. Need 5 runs to do so. So 3 pitchers for 3-3-4 have combined to throw a 1-hit shutout to this point, and they're looking to close it out here in the 7th with this 4-0 lead. It's the 10-1-2 spots. Busboom, Trammell, Matheson. We'll play with some musical background. Busboom lines one to short on the first pitch, out number 1. Good swing there. Hit it hard. But he's retired. 1 pitch, 1 out in the 7th. Now Trammell. 0 for 1. He walked to start things off in the first. He's also grounded out to short. Oh and 1. 1-1 now. In the air to center. Back goes Andrews. Now he slows down and corrals it for out number 2. Trammell gave it a little bit of a ride. But Andrews got back there, 2 away. So Matheson, the last hope here for the Expos. He goes the other way in the air, and that's going to be caught by Gandy. And that will end the ball game. 4-0, our final score here in game number 2 from Dothan. 2 runs in the 3rd, 2 more in the 7th as insurance for Team 3-3-4. They come away victorious here in Pool C play. 4-0 our final score. Next game, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but they'll probably start a little bit early, but the next game is scheduled at 2:30, and that'll be the other 2 teams in Pool B, FB Scout and Prime 9. So as we will do all day, we'll keep our video feed up and running. You'll be able to see the live picture of things going on the field. You won't be able to hear anything. I'm going to take a break between games as everybody else does around here. And so I'll be back with that 3rd game right around 2:30. Thanks for hanging around with us, watching some baseball here on the Showcase Series on JockJive. We'll be back around 2:30. We've made it to game number 3. Looks like we're going to start right on time, 2:30. The scheduled start time for this game between FB Scout, their 19U team, and Prime 9. FB Scout, this is their older group. They've got a couple of teams here. And taking advantage of the rules that allow first-year college players, they've got a handful of them. They're the visiting team. And we're going to get underway with Chrysler on the mound for Prime 9. Prime 9, the home team, in the whites in the field. FB Scout wearing the blue jerseys with the orange trim. And Ethan Mahoney going to lead things off. This is going to be a couple of teams that you feel like might have a chance to win this tournament. As that ball is popped up right side, Mahoney is retired for out number 1. With 16 teams here, you start to see some separation. And you start to notice the difference. The age, the physique, some of the schools that these guys are from tells you that there's a little bit more talent on these 2 teams than on the 4 teams that we've seen so far. And that's no knock on those previous 4 teams. They've represented themselves well in their outings earlier today. A swing and a miss. Luke Vax, the right fielder. And he didn't get it. Fastball at 88. Chrysler gets the first 2 in quick order, a strikeout and a pop out here in the top of the first. Now Hayden Jones, the shortstop. Swing and a miss. Jones just graduated from Elmore County High School. Real good program over there. And he rips one up the middle and through. Base hit to center field. A 2-out single. Gives us the game's first base runner. Now Parker McNeil. First baseman takes high and tight. Throw to first. Third game today. AA Arrows beat Alabama Iron 5-1 in the opener. Popped up. Going to get out of play behind home plate. 5-1, Arrows won that. That's in Pool B. These 2 teams also in Pool B. And Pool B in this 18-under tournament will be a true round robin, as there's 4 teams. And they'll all play 3 games, so they'll all play each other. That's the only pool that will be a true round robin in this entire tournament, as the remaining pools, the other two in the 18U, have 6 teams, and the 2 in the 16U also have 6 teams each. And these teams will only play 3 games over the next 2 days in pool play before we get to the championships on Sunday. 2-1 the count to Parker McNeil. Got a piece of it. It rolls out into fair territory, but that's a ricochet off of something that was behind home plate. Either the catcher or the umpire there. So 2 balls, 2 strikes to McNeil. Some JUCO players on this team. McNeil, one of them. Out of Coastal Alabama. Not sure which one. There's a Coastal North and a Coastal South. And he grounds one to short. That's Beverly, who fields his position and wins the race to second to get the 3rd out in the inning. A 2-out single, nothing more for FB Scout here in the top of the 1st. No scores. We go to the bottom half. No score, bottom of the 1st. Game number 3 out of 5 today. Tyler Johnson on the mound for FB Scout against this Prime 9 team. Do not have first names for the Prime 9 guys. So I apologize for that, but we'll call them by their last names. Odom, the center fielder, is going to lead it off. First pitch swing and one hopper back to the mound. Johnson sets his feet and throws. Easy peasy, one away. Now the second baseman, Yates. Takes a breaking ball for a called strike. Nice sharp break on that 63-mile-an-hour pitch. Comes back with 83 on the heater, but bounced it up there. No rain so far today. It's been lots of clouds in the sky. That ball hit Yates He tried to get out of the way but couldn't. So he's at first. And now the left fielder, Smith. First pitch swinging, short hop at third, ate him up a little bit, gets the out at second, but that's all. Owen McNeil, the third baseman, had that in-between hop and did well to field it in the glove and make the play to get the lead runner. So 2 outs now. Smith at first on the fielder's choice. 5-4 on the putout. Second. And the cleanup man, Chrysler, the pitcher. Throw to first. Having seen the two teams, the other two teams in this Pool B, some good ball players on those two teams. But so far from what I'm seeing in this one, the winner of this game would be the favorite to win Pool B. So that's early in this tournament. This game will have a lot to say about who possibly ends up in one of the championship games on Sunday. Runner goes, pitch is popped up right side. First baseman McNeil giving chase. And he disappeared behind the dugout over there and could not make the catch. Another throw to first. 1-1 the count to Chrysler. Lifted shallow center. Corona, the center fielder, gets it. And that'll do it for the bottom of the first. Scoreless through 1. We'll be back. Second inning, no score. Griswold just got out to the mound. So he's still got to start his warm-up tosses. While he does, I'll explain the tournament as I've done for each game up to this point. If you're with us for the first time watching these two teams, tournament is two separate age groups, two separate divisions that will not compete against each other. So it's 18U, which is what this game is, and 16U. Those are two completely separate competitions. And in the 18U, there are 16 teams divided up into 3 pools. Alluded to all of those. There's Team A, Pool A and Pool C have 6 teams each. Pool B, which is what this game is, has 4 teams. The top 3 teams from those pools will advance to play for the championship, and they'll have the team that finishes first based on record, tiebreakers, run differential. They'll determine who is the number one seed out of the top 3 teams after pool play. And then the number 2 seed and the 3 seed will play each other on Sunday for a spot in the final championship game later Sunday afternoon. So that's how the 18U tournament is set up. The 16U tournament, which will have some games here, including the championship game on Sunday, that's just a straight-up championship. The top 2 teams from the 2 pools will meet for the championship on Sunday. So, and the next game actually is a 16U game after this one. And the tournament is taking place on 3 different locations. They're here at Charles Henderson High School down the road and at Pike Liberal Arts as well. So each of these teams, I'm pretty sure most of them will get a chance to play on this field at least once. And of course, the championship games will be here, as I said, for both age groups. Those will be Sunday afternoon. 5 games today, 6 tomorrow. We're going dawn to dusk tomorrow. As Hodges, the catcher, strikes out to start the second. Nope. I'm on my wrong sheet. That was Corona, the center fielder. Didn't flip my page. I got caught up talking about the tournament. Corona struck out against Chrysler. Now it's Carson Saucier, the catcher. Takes high. A ball and a strike to Saucier. Also out of Elmore County High School. Just graduated. Couldn't stop his swing. 1-2 the count. High and tight. 85-mile-an-hour fastball. 2-2. Poke to short on the ground. And Beverly fields and throws to get the out. Kind of a defensive swing there by Saucier with 2 strikes. You wouldn't say he attacked the baseball with that one. So 2 away here in the second. Gabriel Mitchell, the second baseman, at the plate. And he goes the other way and gets a base hit to right. Hustling to first to make sure the right fielder doesn't get any ideas about throwing him out. So the second hit for FB Scout. Now Owen McNeil, the third baseman. Throw over. Both those hits for FB have come with 2 outs. They did it in the first, done it here again in the second. Nowhere near with that one. 1 ball, no strikes to McNeil. Guessing Owen and Parker are brothers. Both graduated from high school last year, 2024. Both attending Coastal Alabama. Swing and a miss.
Just missed. Oh, it is a called strike. I got out ahead of the umpire there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Crisler. I got another player on my mind with that name, Criswell. Pitch is outside. Crisler stepped off there. Runner bluffs. Catcher was ready to throw. Ball popped out of his hand as he made the transfer. That's Hodges behind the plate. And it's ball 4 to McNeil. So a couple of base runners here. One in scoring position with 2 outs. As I update the scoreboard there. And the pitcher, Tyler Johnson, a chance to drive home the game's first run and give himself a lead. Dancing around back there is Mitchell out at second. Hopping around, drawing attention to himself. Trying to distract the pitcher. A strike to Johnson. The 0-1 pitch. He rips it down the line of left and foul. Just a little bit out in front, but that ball was tattooed into the corner. Would have scored at least a run easily. But as my high school coach used to say, that's nothing but a long strike. 0-2 the count. Had his timing off there. He popped it up. Will it stay in play? Over by the dugout. No, it's off the roof and bounces back onto the field. Still 0-2. Hirsch, the third baseman, was hoping he would have room. We got started right at 2:30. And these games, talked about how the setup is with pool play, the game play. 7 innings or an hour and 50 minutes, whichever comes first. With one caveat, I'll tell you after this pitch. Call strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So runners stranded first and second after a 2-out base hit and a walk. But nothing more for FB Scout in the top of the second. Quickly tell you about the way the games work. Well, we'll do that. I'll do that when we come back. We'll be back right after this. No scores. We go to the bottom of the second. So, yeah, 7 innings or an hour and 50 minutes. But with this caveat, if we cross that hour and 50-minute threshold in the middle of an inning, the inning will continue and play to its completion. They just won't drop everything and stop the game. That's not a hard hour and 50-minute deadline. And if at that point in the midst of the inning, it's the top of the inning and the visiting team is winning, then they'll let the home team bat and finish the inning. So it's worked out well the first 2 games today. We've sort of ended right on that hour and 50-minute mark. One, because the game went the full 7 innings and just ended. That was in the game prior to this one. And then back in the first game, they completed in the 5th inning right at the hour and 50-minute mark and just called the game. So we'll see how this one plays out. Hodge is the catcher in a 2-0 count against Tyler Johnson. Had a huge cut. Count in his favor. Aggressive swing there, 2-1. Got the corner. Evens the count, 2-2. Out in front, pulled it foul and out of play, left side. Still 2-2. That one skipped up there. 3 balls, 2 strikes. There's also limitations on the pitchers. No pitcher can throw more than 7 innings in this entire event. Got under it, popped it up. Shallow left center coming in. Corona from center field. Puts it away for out number 2. Out number 1, I beg your pardon. One away in the second. Now the third baseman, Hirsch. Got music coming from somewhere. One and 1 the count to Hirsch. Two and 1. Well, that was ball 4. I missed one somewhere. So runner first with 1 out. Oh, 1 the count to Colbreth. Fouls it out of play, 0-2. Colbreth, the first baseman. The other rule for pitchers, if a pitcher throws 2 innings at any point in the tournament, he can't pitch again that day. That doesn't come into effect today because these teams will only play 1 game, but it will come into play tomorrow as everybody plays 2 games. So any pitcher that throws 2 innings in that first game tomorrow will not be allowed to pitch in the second game. High chopper to second. The runner flashes by Mitchell, but he stays with the ball and makes the play for out number 2. Hurst down to second. And Beverly, the shortstop, number 8 hitter in the lineup. One other peculiarity about this tournament is that teams have the option to bat 10 players instead of just 9. They just have an extra spot. It's called an extra hitter. Bounce in front of the catcher. He thought about making a throw to third, thought better of it. Saucier blocked that pitch. It got away from him. And Hurst took advantage and moved up to third. He had a play. That was right in front of him. It would have been close. But Saucier decided not to throw it. 2-0 to Beverly. That's a foul ball. It sounded like it hit his hands or thumbs or something. Might have got the knob of the bat. It didn't have that plink sound of hitting metal. Two, 1, 3-1. Ball 4 to Beverly. Second walk in the inning. Runners at the corners with 2 outs. And the right fielder, Latner. Seen some teams take advantage of that. That ball hit Latner. Came up and in on him. Sounded like it went right off that elbow guard that he just threw towards the dugout. That's why they wear that stuff. Now this is a pickle that Johnson soaked in his own brine. He's got the bases loaded because of 2 walks and a hit batter. But he's also got 2 outs in the inning, and the extra hitter, number 10 man in the lineup, Evans, at the plate. Takes the ball high. Second batter that Johnson has hit. Came in there, just missed. No, called strike. I need to wait for this umpire. 1-1 the count. That hit the bat. Foul ball. Went behind the head of the hitter and hit the bat. And that's something that I don't know if they still teach it, but it is taught that if that ball comes back behind you, you got to drop the head of that bat and press it up against your back over your shoulder so that doesn't happen. You can avoid that if you develop that instinct. I know that doesn't happen a lot. There's not a lot of opportunities to practice that in a game situation. You just don't have a ball behind your head that often. But that is something that is taught in this game, is if that ball comes behind you, you got to drop that bat. It cost him a strike there. He didn't do it. He's fouled off a couple of pitches, and it's 1-2. Runner at every base. Low and away, 2-2. On a line, caught. Nicely done out there by Jones at short, going to his knee. Turned his glove to the backhand and caught that ball right before it got to the turf. And that ends the inning. Nifty play out at shortstop to leave the bases loaded. Johnson solved his own problem and kept the game scoreless as we go to the third. Both teams have had base runners. Neither team has scored. Top of the third. Ten 1-2 spots in the order coming up for FB Scout. They'll get that extra hitter in there. As I said, it seems some teams have done it, some teams have not. It's just a way to get more guys at bats, which is really the point of this tournament and tournaments like this, these showcase events. Summer ball, not really playing for anything. It's obviously competitive. These guys want to win, but it's not a state championship. It's not a trophy going in the case anywhere. It's just mostly for developmental purposes and give these guys repetitions playing this game. So you get that extra hitter in there, and that gives one more guy the opportunity to do all that. Swing and a miss. Owen Beard. 0-1. Grounder, third. Hirsch. Long throw, pulls the first baseman off the base, but he applies the tag. Colbreth makes the play over there at first for out number one. Now back to the top of the order. Ethan Mahoney popped to first base his first time up. A strike to Mahoney. Oh and 1. Had a good cut. Timing was off. 0-2. Pounded into the dirt around the plate, foul. They use the term dirt loosely. This is a turf field. Got a piece of it, and it got a piece of the home plate umpire. He's in some pain. That's no fun. He's flexing that right arm where there's no protection there. They cover up as much of their body as they can, but especially in these heat. These guys wear short sleeves. It's baseball bound to find a spot that's unprotected. It's got a way of doing that. He takes a moment. Looks like he's ready to go. Still an 0-2 count to Mahoney. Crisler wanted that one. Looked like it had the plate. Might have been a little high. It's 1-2. Grounder to short. Beverly let it go right between his legs. A free base runner on the air is short. Mahoney's aboard with one out. That was routine all the way. And Beverly knows it. He'll be the first one to tell you, I guarantee you. Now Vax, Luke Vax, the right fielder, struck out his first time. Another base runner. See if this team can capitalize. Not on this swing. Odom coming in from center field on the shallow fly ball makes the catch. 2 away. Now Hayden Jones got a base hit his first time up. Didn't get the off speed. 0-1. That one bounced way in front of the plate. Karam's off the catcher out into the field. Nothing anybody can do as Mahoney goes down to second. That one was just spiked right into the turf in front of home plate. It's about halfway between where the green turns brown right there in front of home plate and the plate itself is where that ball landed on that pitch. Catchers hate those because you can handle a short hop. You train to block those pitches that bounce behind the plate. But the ones that take that long hop and bounce in front of the plate, you just have to hope and pray a little bit. And that's all Hodges could do there. He got his body on it, but it still got away far enough for the runner to move up. Time called at the plate. Jones steps out as Crisler was preoccupied with Mahoney out at second. That one missed low and in. 2 balls and a strike. FB scout looking for a 2-out hit. This one's hit in the air to the right center, and we'll hang up for Odom. And that is out number 3, a runner stranded at second. We go to the bottom of the third, still no score. A scoreless tie in the bottom of the third inning here in Troy. I've been down here a couple of times. I used to do regional high school softball tournaments here. They don't do them here anymore. That's a thing that kind of rotates around the state, and they use several different locations. This is rotated out of that and hadn't been here for several years now. And before that, being here on campus, had a buddy that played golf here. And he came many years ago, back when it was still Troy State, before they changed the name. Bunt laid down right back to the mound. Johnson collects and throws to get Odom, who was trying to bunt his way on to lead off the third, but didn't angle that one like you wanted to. Went right back to the mound. One away. Odom 0 for 3s. Been put out by the pitcher both times. Now Yates, who was hit by a pitch his first time up. He's in a 1-1 count. Foul back, 1-2. Two and two. That one in the dirt. That might be trouble in the gap and right. It is. It splits the gap and rolls to the fence. Yates running hard. They just now pick it up and get it in. Yates chugging for third. The throw in. He is there, sliding with a triple. A three-bagger with one out. And the best threat yet for either team comes here in the bottom of the third. Prime 9 with a prime scoring opportunity. Runner at third, one out. And the number 3 hitter in the order, Smith, the left fielder, he was thinking about driving that one home right away. Aggressive early in the count, fouled it off. It's 0-1. Oh, and 2 now. A little bit low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner at third, one out after the triple by Yates. Popped up. That won't get the run home. Jones at short. Makes the catch. Out number 2. That's a big second out. Breaking ball, called strike on the inside corner. Nice location from Johnson to get ahead of Chrysler. Chrysler flied out to center his first time. Boy, Johnson working the edges. That one on the outside corner. It's 0-2. Tried to get him to chase. Chrysler said no thanks. 1-2 now. And he struck him out. Nicely done, Tyler Johnson for FB Scout. A triple with one out. He gets the pop-up and the strikeout and leaves that runner standing right there on third base. And we remain scoreless after 3. 4th inning coming up. No score after 3. For who? Yates. Yeah. That's all. He doesn't have first name. You know. Top of the 4th. 4, 5, 6 spots in the order. Parker McNeil, Jonathan Corona, Carson Saucier, the 3 due up. One and one to McNeil, who grounded out his first time up. Didn't want to swing. And he didn't. I thought for sure he went around on that one, but the field umpire says he didn't. 2-1 the count. Grizzlers with me. He just assumed that was a strike. He just realized it was not a strike. That's no doubt about it. Swing and a miss there. 2-2. Tap foul. That one's hit hard, but right at the second baseman on the ground. Yates collects and throws and gets the out in plenty of time. Well struck by McNeil, but he's retired for out number 1. Now Corona, who struck out his first time. He hits that one hard, but also on the ground and right at somebody. Beverly, the shortstop, makes the play. 2 away. Now Saucier, who grounded out to short his first time. 2 more games coming after this one. We'll get our first 16 and under game on this field. That'll be next. Scheduled start time on that one is 4:45. The Canes, Florida Panhandle, and the Montgomery Knights. Two teams set to square off in a Pool B game in that 16U tournament. And then we'll close it out. With another 18U game tonight at 7. And a 2-out walk as Saucier takes his base. Now Mitchell, base hit his first time. 1 for 1. FB Scout has not gotten a runner past second base. They've had at least one base runner in every inning. But this is the third time in 4 innings that first base runner of the inning has come with 2 outs. They're not getting anything early. And they're not stringing anything together against Chrysler, who's been sharp. Throw to first. Out of play. Right side out into the road. Into the roundabout. Right outside the stadium. Two and one. Mitchell swings as the runner takes off, hits it into shallow left. Smith is there, and the side is retired. So another stranded runner for FB Scout. Chrysler rolling right along. Neither team able to break through yet. We go to the bottom of the 4th, no score. Not quite an hour into this game. Get ready to start the bottom of the 4th. Just a reminder, the clock, I mentioned that because the clock is a factor. If they get to an hour and 50 minutes and have completed an inning, the game will stop no matter what inning that is. The game will also stop and end in a tie, either after 7 innings or after the time limit has expired. They won't play extras. They'll just put that tie in the standings and use it. Could be the way this one ends, the way it's going. It's 0-0. Johnson back out on the mound. He's got the 5, 6, 7 spots in the order. Hodges, Hirsch, and Colbreth. Ball one to Hodges, who flied out to center his first time. And rips one deep to left, down the line. Is it fair or foul? Foul ball. That was a blast right there. I pulled it foul for strike one. A ball and a strike now. Takes one off the plate. Literally bounced off the plate. 2-1. Another one gets there on a hop. 3-1. Talking about being here in Troy, I have a memory of when my buddy is batter's hit by a pitch. Hodges is the third batter that Johnson has hit. Comes to lead off. Bottom of the fourth. I didn't change the inning. That's why I was confused about my scoreboard. Apologize for that. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Runner at first, nobody out. And that's going to be the end of the line for Tyler Johnson, a new pitcher coming in for FB Scout. Tell you about him right after this. All right. So Parker McNeil is going to come over from first base and take over for Johnson on the mound. And it looks like Beard is going to come off the bench. He's in the lineup as the extra hitter, Owen Beard, but he's going to take the field now and take McNeil's place at first. And what that means is Tyler Johnson, who is in the number 9 spot as the pitcher, will slide into that extra hitter position. It acts as just another position. As long as you're in the lineup, you can change positions as many times as you want. So Beard at first. Parker McNeil on the mound. Johnson to the bench, but will continue to hit in that number 9 spot as the extra hitter. A hit batter to start the inning. Third one for Johnson. So a runner at first with nobody out. Hirsch, the third baseman, at the plate. He's been up once, walked in that only appearance. Ball gets away from the catcher. The runner goes down to second to throw, but too late. Hodges gets there on the wild pitch. Ball and no strikes to Hirsch. That one missed low. And again, we'll see it a lot in this tournament. It's not something that's unusual for this setting, but it is a little bit unusual for these players in terms of what they do during the regular season, their high school or college seasons. Coming in from another position to take the mound without having warmed up. It can have an effect on the effectiveness of these pitchers, especially early in their appearance. And we might be seeing that a little bit here from McNeil, who's struggling to find the strike zone. It's a full count now. And he issues a walk to Hirsch, first and second. Nobody out. It's a necessary evil. This isn't like high school or college where you've got a full pitching staff and guys just sitting around in the bullpen, 10 or 12 of them just waiting for their situation, their opportunity, their turn. These are limited rosters with 15, maybe 16 guys at the most. And some of them are fewer than that. It's summer ball. You just don't have a lot of guys. You're not going to have a bunch of guys just sitting on the bench, because the point of summer ball is to play. You want to find a place where you're going to get on the field on a regular basis. There's no real point in riding the bench, especially in the summer. Bunt laid down. A look to third. The throw to first is low and cannot be fielded by Mitchell, covering the bag. A run's going to score. It's 1-0. McNeil, if he had to do it over again, would probably save that look to third. He should have just gone to first all the way and made sure of the out. He didn't, and it cost him. A good throw would have gotten the out. That's an error on the throw there by McNeil. Allows the run to score. It's 1-0. And runners first and third now. Still nobody out. A foul ball off the bat of Beverly. Up and in, it's 1-1. Again. Up and in and out of the reach of the catcher. The throw back hits the runner after he crossed the plate. That's a live ball, and the runner goes from first to third. So Saucier trying to make a play on the runner coming home after the wild pitch. Inadvertently hit the runner after he crossed the plate. The ball kicked over towards the first base dugout, and that costs FB Scout a base. It's 2-0. Runner at third, still nobody out. 2-1 the count. Another one gets away. And Saucier can't find it, but now he does. It popped up straight in the air. He didn't know where it was. McNeil's a little bit all over the place right now. 3-1 the count to Beverly. This has been kind of the theme of the day. There hasn't been a lot of hits strung together. A little pop out over short. As I say it, he dunks one in the center and drives home a run. It's 3-0. Beverly with a base hit, the first hit in the inning. But that's where I was going with that is it's our third game today. A lot of the runs that have scored today have been situations like this. Free runners, walks, hit batters, errors that have really bitten the teams in the field. Now Latner. 4 straight hitters reach here in the fourth. 3 of them have scored. Foul back. It's 0-2 to Latner. Number 9 spot in the order. Evans on deck. That one missed high. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Throw back to the pitcher. Glanced off his glove and ended up behind the mound. No harm done. That was a good mid-swing adjustment by Latner. He was fooled on that pitch and slowed his bat down just enough to keep it in the zone and get a piece of that ball and stay alive. It's 1-2. Runner goes, pitch is low, and double clutch. Saucier couldn't get the ball from the mitt to his hand. No throw made, a stolen base for Beverly. Full count to Latner. Still looking for the first out in this inning is FB Scout. And they're not going to get it here. Ball 4. Another one gets away from the catcher. Saucier has no idea where it is. Now he finds it. Big turnaround first for Latner, but he stays there. Saucier is having a hard time behind the plate. The pitches in the dirt are not giving him routine bounces. And a visit to go talk to McNeil. And it's going to be more than that as they're going to stick with him. He has really struggled. Pitching change, second one of the inning. Tell you about the new one right after this. So the new pitcher is Hayden Jones. He was the shortstop, so he moves over from that spot to the mound. We'll see if it's just a straight swap. McNeil started the game at first base. Owen Beard is at first at the moment and still has his first baseman's mitt and is out there. So it looks like he's going to stay at first. And it might be just a position swap. That's what it is. Parker McNeil to short. And Hayden Jones to the mound. First and third, nobody out. 3 runs in. The 10 spot in the lineup, Evans at the plate. Runner goes, pitch is fouled back. It's 0-1. That pitch cruised in there at 61 miles an hour. We'll see what the repertoire holds for Hayden Jones. That, well, I would assume, was an off-speed offering. That one at 59. And pull foul. Evans couldn't sit back on it long enough. It's 0-2. And he hit him. Hit him on the knee. The bases are loaded. Not really in the neighborhood yet, but we're maybe in the vicinity. There is a mercy rule on the table. 10 runs after 4. Another hit batter. It's 4-0. And this inning has gone sideways in a hurry. Four runs, just 1 hit. 3 hit batters, 2 walks, an error. And a fly ball to left coming in, and did he catch it? He did not. Played on the short hop out and left by Mahoney. It's a base hit and an RBI. Everybody moves up a spot. The bases stay loaded. Five to nothing. In the air, deep left. Mahoney, though, looks like he played it too nonchalantly, and it burned him. It goes over his head, bounces up against the fence. It'll go down as a base hit because the runners were assuming that ball was going to be caught like I was. 2 more runs across. Mahoney just kept drifting and drifting with that ball, and the way he played it, it looked like he had it tracked to make the catch. But he did not get to it. It's 7-0, and now the mercy rule very much in play. Still nobody out in the inning. Another pitching change going to be made. We will step aside as FB Scout shuffles the deck here in the 4th. A sure enough pitcher's duel has devolved into a parade of base runners. Here in the bottom of the fourth, Prime 9 has sent 8 men to the plate. All of them have reached. 9 men to the plate. All of them have reached. 7 of them have scored. It was nothing coming into this inning, and looked like 1 or 2 runs would be the most we would get out of it, but that is not the case. Beard going to take over on the mound. I'm assuming McNeil and Jones will return to their original positions. McNeil to first, Jones to short. That is the case. First and second, 7 runs in. The 10th man to hit in the inning is the pitcher and the cleanup batter, Chrysler. Three runs away from walking it off here in the fourth is Prime 9 as Chrysler tried to stop his swing on that high heater from Beard. Couldn't do it. 0-1. Goes the other way to right, and leaping and making the catch is Vax. He almost got burned. That ball was right at him. That was a little bit of a tougher play, a lower trajectory than the one that went out to Mahoney. Vax, low trajectory right at you. Those are hard to read sometimes, but he went back, got the glove up, made the catch. Finally an out. On the play, the runner moves up from second to third, so they're on the corners now. And even with 10 men in the lineup, Prime 9 is batted around. A second time to the plate for the catcher Hodges in this inning. He fouled off the first one, took that one low and in. It's 1-1. Hodges was hit by a pitch to start this inning. Beard throws over. They got the runner picked off. He's going to make it to second. McNeil had trouble getting the ball out of his glove after that pickoff attempt at first. By the time he did, Smith was nearly at the bag at second base. No chance to make a play. So second and third. One out. Beard misses high. 2-1. Hard hit. Good play to a knee. Shortstop throws to third to get the runner there. Nice play by Jones all the way around. Good glove, good throw. A run does come home, but that's the second out in the inning. So Hodges gets an RBI on the fielder's choice. He's at first. Yates comes home. Smith thrown out at third on the 6-5 putout. 2 outs in the inning. Hirsch at the plate for the second time. A strike to him. 1-1 the count. Off the end of the bat, shallow right. Backs coming in, still coming. Dives and makes the catch. Good play. A troubling inning as thunder rumbles off in the distance. 8 runs across on 3 hits, 3 hit batters and 2 walks. 8-0 our score as we go to the 5th. 8-0 our score, and if Criswell, see, I said it again. I used to cover, I cover Southern Union State Community College baseball, and they had a player years ago, this isn't even recent, named Cooper Criswell. He was a very, very good pitcher, and you put that name Crisler out there, and I can't get it off my tongue for the name that's stuck in there from 6 or 8 years ago. Makes perfect sense. Crisler is out there trying to close this game out. An eight-run lead after 5 constitutes a mercy rule victory. And if Crisler can get 3 outs, he's got to face the bottom 3 hitters in the order: Owen McNeil, Tyler Johnson, and Owen Beard. And if he can get 3 outs without giving up a run, that'll clinch the victory for Prime 9 here in this game. Time called. And this may be weather. They're going to take him off the field. I told you we heard thunder. And that's exactly what it is. If I did not see lightning, but I have heard thunder rumbling. And safety is paramount. You don't want these players out on the field with lightning in the area, and that's why they're going to take them off the field. So we'll pause the game here. Weather delay, 8-0 is our score. And just to let you know, they will allow for a 1-hour weather delay before they call this game and move on to the next one. So, and given the circumstances, they may just say this one's over anyway, as we were knocking on the door, as I said, of a mercy rule victory after the 5th. And the time for the game itself was not far off. We're coming up on 4 o'clock. We started at 2:30, so 4:20 would have been the hour and 50-minute cutoff. I would assume this weather delay will get us to that if they follow the normal rules where you have to wait 30 minutes between lightning strikes before you can get back on the field. I don't know if that's the case here, but that's typically the rule of thumb for any outdoor sporting event where high schoolers are involved, is 30 minutes from the most recent lightning strike. So when lightning is seen or strikes visibly, the clock resets to 30 minutes from that moment. So if we get just one and that's it, then we'll be 30 minutes and back at it. And we'll probably be on to the next game, I would think. But we'll keep this one paused right now at the moment. 8-0 weather delay. I'm going to shut down the sound, leave the video up, and you can check back in with us periodically. Try to catch possibly the end of this game or the start of the next one, depending on when we're able to resume. That's the story for now. Weather delay in Troy. 8-0 our score. But we're pressing the pause button. Well, we're back. Ready to pick up where we left off. Game number 4 getting ready to get started. Spectators have come back. Teams are on the field. Lights are on here in Troy. And I'm Tim Altork back with you here on JockJive. I'm going to fix this because we are no longer in a weather delay. This is the Showcase Series. And up to this point, we had 3 games in the 18 and under division. This is our first game here on the Troy University field with a 16 and under contest. This will be the Panhandle Canes against the Montgomery Knights. There's a couple of Canes teams here, and there's a couple of organizations that have multiple teams here, both in the same age groups and in different age groups. So this is the Canes team from the Panhandle. And they'll be the visitors against these Montgomery Knights on the field right now in those bright orange jerseys as we get ready to get started here. We're abbreviating the schedule. From what I've been told, all games from this point on for the remainder of tonight and tomorrow will be an hour and a half instead of an hour and 50 minutes. We had to take 2 fields out of circulation. The rains drenched a couple of fields that were being used for this tournament, no longer able to be used because of the inundation of water. So everything's moved to this stadium and one other location. We cut the locations in half, and so they got to shave some time off the games to make sure we get them all in before the championship games on Sunday. So we're underway. The center fielder, Johnson, the leadoff man. Against Eli Gainey on the mound for the Montgomery Knights. And we got a 2-1 count. Johnson, I don't have first names for this Canes team. So we'll stick with last names and positions. That's the nature of the beast. This is not formal baseball, that it's competitive, and it is important. As that ball's hit in the air to center, Johnson is retired on that shallow fly ball, out number 1 here in the first. But as I've been saying all day, the point of this is not competition. The point of this is repetition. It's for these guys for these pitchers to get some innings, for these hitters to see live action. The more you play, the better you get. That's what summer baseball, especially in these 16, 17, 18-year-old kids, that's what it's all about. This is Smith, the shortstop, at the plate. That's Nathan Moon out in center field. Made that catch a moment ago, I believe. I've got, it might be Man. I'm going to go with Moon. Swing and a miss. Gainey has come out throwing strikes. He's ahead in the count 1-2 against Smith, the shortstop for the Panhandle Canes. He sat back on that one and ripped it back right where it came from. Smith had been out in front on a couple of those swings early in that bat. Good adjustment by him to sit back and smack that ball right back through the middle for a base hit. A one-out single here in the top of the first. And this is another Johnson left field. A ball to start the at-bat, 1-0. Runner takes off, ball is fouled off at the plate. That was going to be a stolen base for Smith. He got a good jump. And now he's just been told he's got to go back to first after the foul ball. In the air, foul territory, right side. Nobody going to get to it. And it'll be strike two. It was a hot, muggy, summer-like day, and then the rains rolled in. It was a deluge of pouring rain, lightning, everything you expect out of a storm in the South in June. As that pop fly to short is caught by Fallon Ray for out number two. It came towards the end of the game previous to this one. It was an 8-0 score between Prime 9 and FB Scout. And they just called it with that score. 8-0 was the final in that one. Runner goes again, pitches foul back again. With Chapman, the DH, at the plate. One more game to follow this one. I did not write down the start time on this. I would say it was about 6:15. So we'll keep an eye. 7:45 will be the hour and a half mark, or thereabouts. That pitch missed low and in. Actually, I'm going to say it was closer to 6:10. Something in my memory, I remember seeing that number on the clock right before we started. Chapman in a 1-1 count. Runner goes again. No foul ball this time and no throw as the base is stolen. Nobody even went over to cover the bag there. Not sure. May have just been a situation where he got such a good jump. They conceded that base, so he's at second. With a stolen base is Smith. Chapman fouled that one off. 2-2 the count. Oh, he's hit by the pitch. Got him right on the back of the front thigh. So he takes his base with 2 outs. Chapman aboard at first, Smith at second, and Harrington, the hitter. Harrington, the first baseman. Kane's trying to strike first here in the top of the first. And a ball outside to Harrington. Foul off. Runners take off from second and third, and again will make it without a throw. That time the pitch was in the dirt. Nothing that the catcher Godwin could do there. So the double steal puts them in scoring position at second and third with 2 outs. A hit most certainly put the Canes on the board here. Harrington in a 2-1 count. Low and away, it's 3-1. And there's ball 4. The bases will be loaded. Now Diaz, the second baseman. More vocal fans. Fans have been sparse here in this building today. Again, I know family is loyal, likes to see their kids play any chance they get, but a lot of these young men have traveled from far-flung places to come here. It's a Friday. Games were all day, started at 10 o'clock this morning, and that's not a time and maybe a place that parents necessarily can follow their kids to and go watch a ball game, but got a few more here in the stands for this game. A swing and a miss. 1-2 the count to Diaz. That one goes behind him, 2-2. Call strike, inside corner. Good job by Gainey. He got into a little bit of trouble. A base hit, a hit batter, and a walk loaded the bases. He left them all out there and kept the game scoreless as we go to the bottom of the first. I'm worried I have the teams backwards. That's what I'm worried about. Knights should be coming up. I think that's right. It should be the Canes in the field and the Knights coming to hit. Yeah. And I've got, that's why. That's the lineups are backward. I got the lineups backwards. So I was calling out. Oh, brother. I was calling out Knights players as the Canes were hitting, so I apologize. I did have them mixed up based on the lineup card. We got the lineup cards late, and I was in a little bit of a rush, so I apologize. So all the names I just said were completely wrong for that first go-round. Now it is Johnson for the Knights leading off. The other thing is the colors on this are backwards to the uniforms, and it's throwing me off. Ay, ay, ay. So this is Johnson, the center fielder, and I'll get all of that other stuff corrected when we go back to the other side. But pitching, this is Gainey pitching. All the names that I just used the last half inning, I'll be using again because I had the teams flip-flopped. So I truly beg your pardon on that. I don't want to do that to these kids. Make sure at least we call them out and give them all credit. So this is Gainey pitching. And he gets a strikeout. So Johnson strikes out. Now it's Smith. And he's hit by the pitch. And now another Johnson. I got myself straightened out now. I'm sorry. Puts a good swing on that. Hits it in the air to the left. Out there to get it is John Patterson to make a catch. Route number 2, 2 quick outs. Runner still at first is Smith. And now Chapman. If you hear in double. Again, I read off the wrong names in the top of the first. Had the teams switched. So this is Chapman now hitting for the Knights with the Canes in the field. And the other part of it is they flip-flopped the dugouts on me too. The home team has always been on that first base side, but now the home team is in the third base dugout. My feeble old mind can't handle all of it. After the rain delay. Foul out of play on the 2-0 pitch. It's 2-1 now to Chapman. He hits one out over second and into right center field for a base hit. Runner will stop at second. So first and second with 2 outs. And now it's Harrington. Takes a strike at the belt. 0-1 to count. That one caught the corner. 0-2. And hit hard into right and through. The right fielder comes up throwing. That's Nathan White. And the runner holds at third. So back-to-back singles with 2 outs. And Montgomery has loaded the bases in their half of the inning. The Canes could not score in this situation. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Let's see if Gainey can get out of trouble here for his part. This is Diaz. And a line drive, 1 hop into the glove of the first baseman who steps on the bag at first to end the inning. So both teams load the bases. Both teams leave them loaded. And we're scoreless after an inning. No score, top of the second. So Ray Godwin, Moon. I think that's Ragle. A-R-A-G-L-E is what I'm guessing on the cleanup hitter, the first baseman. I don't know if that's correct. Gainey is the pitcher. Gavin, I'm going to go first name on the second baseman, Gavin, because I cannot see his last name. So those are the ones that have hit. It's the 7, 8, 9 spots in the order. Nathan White going to lead things off, the right fielder. Swinging first pitch, ground ball to short. That's Smith who gobbles it up, throws across, gets the out. 1 away in the second. And Nesmith is the pitcher. So he was the one that got out of trouble in the top of the first. And he starts off the second with a routine ground ball. 1 away, so Nathan White is retired. And this is another name that I can't see very well on this lineup card. I get the carbon copies, and sometimes the names don't bleed all the way through. I'm going with Elam. It looks like EALUM, and that's what I'm going with. The number 8 hitter, the third baseman. And that clipped him. You heard it from up here, just a little brush past the arm, maybe even just got the jersey. But he's at first with one out. So now Patterson, the left fielder and the number 9 hitter. And no extra hitter for either one of these teams in this game. So just 9 spots in the lineup. If you haven't been with us, the extra hitter is a rule that's available to these teams. They can put 10 batters in the lineup if they choose. A 2-0 count now to Patterson. Start to see the sunshine creeping back out here. Foul back, 2-1 as the runner took off from first. Going to be a pretty sunset here in Troy. Lots of clouds still in the sky. And after rains like this, might even catch a rainbow somewhere as the sun goes down. And that one hit Patterson. Not a glancing blow that time. That plunked him right in the leg. So first and second, one out. Already the third hit batter by Nesmith. And his coach thinking like I'm thinking. 3's a pattern. Let's get this corrected. The Knights have played a game already in this tournament. They lost to Prime 9, 16. Prime 9, another organization that has multiple teams. We saw their 18U team, actually 19U team, in the game before this one. But their 16, they actually have two 16U teams. Prime 9-16 and Prime 9-16 Navy. It was Prime 9-16 that beat these Knights 8-3 earlier today. And this is the first game for the Canes from the Panhandle. There's also a Canes team from the Southeast Wiregrass in this 16U bracket. Not bracket, but pool. You got Pool A and Pool B. Top of the order now, Ray. Fallon Ray, the shortstop. He flied out to center his first time, and we'll get these names right the second time through. We haven't mentioned them because I had them backwards, as I said. So this is Fallon Ray. And a strike to him. He's behind in the count 0-2. Again, a pitch that missed inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two and two now, that one low and away. Seen all different levels of competition in terms of the caliber of players on these teams, as you expect in a tournament like this. There's some teams that are well stocked, some teams that are working a little harder to get their talent assembled. As that pitch in the dirt allows the runners to move up. Second and third, 1 out now. Another run-scoring opportunity the Canes. And a fly ball, shallow center. Johnson came in a little too far, had to jump to make the catch and not able to get a lot on the throw. So Elam able to tag up, come home and score the game's first run. It's 1-0. Canes. And the runner moves up from second to third. Elam across, Patterson to third. Ray with the RBI. Second out of the inning, and now Godwin, Warren Godwin, the catcher. Past the catcher. Here comes another run. 2-0. So 2 hit batters. And guess what? Both those runs come in. You see it so often. Free base runners come back and bite you. 2 outs, base is empty now. Low and away to Godwin, who had a base hit his first time and stole 2 bases, but ended up stranded at third. Again, past the catcher outside for ball 4. So the inning continues. And now Moon, the center fielder. Again, that could be Mann. Got their names. Well, he doesn't have it. I was going to say some of them have their names on the back of the jerseys, but he does not. Runner goes, no surprise. Little flare out over short and down into center field. Throw to third. Could have been close, but the throw was a little bit offline. And that allows Godwin, who was on the move, to get all the way around. They're on the corners now with 2 outs. A clean base hit by Moon. So now this is one I could see possibly the back of his jersey. Rosales. Boy, I was way off on that. Rosales at the plate. Runner goes, no throw, second and third. 2 outs. So Rosales, Jared Rosales is the first baseman. Got a piece of that one, fouled it off. Puts the count at 1-2. Down the line, off the glove, fair ball, run in, and everybody's safe. Rosales kept it fair. The third baseman, Riles, got the glove on it but could not field it cleanly. That's an infield single and an RBI for Rosales. And it's 3-0. As Moon goes around, and a balk is called. That'll bring home another run. Rosales was on the move. He was going to be at second anyway. But the run comes in on the balk, and it's 4-0. So just when It felt like Nesmith and the Knights were going to get out of it. 2 outs, bases empty. The rally is fired back up again. Nesmith turns him around.
That one's high.
Three balls, no strikes to Gainey, who drew a walk his first time. And that one is low for ball 4. Looked like it had the plate. It didn't have the zone vertically. This third out, hard to come by now for Nesmith and the Knights. 9th man to bat is the second baseman.
Let's see if I can get his last name. First name is Gavin.
I can't see it clear enough. And he's hit by the pitch. That brings another run in. No, it doesn't. It loads the bases. I'm so preoccupied trying to figure out his name. I lost track of where everybody was. Bases loaded now. And White is going to be at the plate for the second time in this inning. The catcher goes out to talk to Nesmith. Sankey out from behind the plate. Getting a runner at second. Noah Powell. Now the base runner at second. With 4 runs in, the bases loaded, 2 outs, a chopper off the bat of White for strike 1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. And he struck him out. So Nesmith finally gets out of the inning, gets that elusive third out, but not before the Canes bat around and push 4 runs across. They leave the bases loaded again, but it's 4-0 now as we go to the bottom of the second. 4-0 our score, bottom of the second. The Knights coming to bat. Well, the Canes left the bases loaded in the first, came back, scored 4 runs. See if the Knights can follow the pattern. They did the same thing in their half of the first, left the bases loaded. So now the catcher, Sankey. Third baseman, Riles. And the right fielder, Lubiskar. Seven, 8, 9 in the order against Eli Gainey. Oh, and 1 the count. Sat back on it and roped it over short for a base hit. Chopped. Could be 2, 6, 4. Safe at first. I think those 2 spots are flip-flopped. That was Riles that got the base hit. That's Sankey that just hit the ground ball and reached on the fielder's choice. And now Lubiskar. Sankey going to come out for a runner. I don't have numbers on my roster for Montgomery, so I can't tell you who 18 is. Sankey's at first on the fielder's choice. 1 out in the inning. Throw to first, and the pinch runner was caught napping. He got out there, and they sent him right back to the dugout. Picked off for out number 2. So now Lubiskar. Foul back. 0-1 the count. One more game after this one to wrap up our day 1 here from Troy. 2 more full days of baseball coming your way here on JockJive. Tomorrow, 6 games. There'll probably be more now. I haven't looked at the updated schedule. But now that the 2 fields have been taken out of play because of the rain, the schedule is going to be condensed, which probably means more games here. Originally we were scheduled to have 6 games on this field tomorrow. Starting at 9 a.m. To my knowledge, that start time has not changed. Two-two the count to Lubiskar. Up high, full count. Foul ball. Got a piece of it. And Godwin not able to hang on back there, so Lubiskar looked like he was fooled by the pitch, kind of made up his mind late to swing at that. But a good thing he did, because he got a piece of it, kept his bat alive. So it's a full count again. Pitch. Struck him out that time. And they tag him out to finish it. So a base hit, but a runner picked off at first. Leaves the bases empty. A scoreless second for the Knights. 4-0 our score as we go to the third. Four to nothing. Top of the third. Canes from the Panhandle. Eight, 9-1 spots. Elam Patterson and Ray. And Nesmith not on the mound. They got a pitching change. And as I said, I don't have uniform numbers. Nesmith is out and the new pitcher is in. Left-hander wearing number 12 is the pitcher. He'll face Elam to start things off here in the top of the third. Ball one. Elam was hit by a pitch his first time. Low ball two. Up and away, 3-0.
And a 4-pitch walk. So here's Patterson, the number 9 hitter. He also was hit by a pitch his first time up. That was an inning ago when the Canes scored all 4 of their runs. Both Elam and Patterson came around to score after they reached base from being hit by pitches. And the new pitcher, apologize, don't have his name, but he hasn't found the strike zone yet. 4 balls to Elam, 2-0 the count to Patterson. A quick flip to first. The runner dives back. There's a good fastball. Called strike. It's 2-1. Three and one after that pitch low and in. He grooves that one to fill the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And that one bounced up there for ball 4. Back-to-back walks to start the third. Now Fallon Ray, the shortstop. He drove home a run with a sacrifice fly his last time. He's 0 for 1 officially. Pitcher steps off, now ready to go. Dropped down a little side arm on that one. Found the zone. It's 0-1. Throw back to second. Gets into center field, but no harm done. Missed a little bit high. A ball and a strike. Pitcher wanted that call. No arguments on that one. Missed outside. It's 2-1. Fouled off. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitcher hitting 74 miles an hour with that fastball. For this age group, that's pretty decent velocity. And it got him to chase the breaking ball. First base occupied, he's out. So that's the first out. As Ray is down on strikes. Now Godwin. Hit that one off his shoe tops. Pulled it foul for strike 1. Missed outside. 1-1 the count. Godwin's been on base twice. A base hit, a walk, 2 stolen bases, a run scored. He's been in the thick of it. That one gets by the catcher, and the runners on their way to grab another base, second and third.
Grounded to third. The play is to first. Runners do not try to advance. The runner from second was almost 3/4 of the way to third and had to scamper back. Elam was doing the right thing. The ball hit to third. Elam had to stay put as the runner right there where the play was taking place. But Patterson out at second was charging ahead and had to turn tail and get back to the bag. 2 outs in the inning. Good play by Riles out at third. And now Moon was 1 for 2, had a base hit and scored a run in the second. Slow roller. Riles will be tested again. A little hesitation getting it out of his glove, but Nate gets the out anyway. Nicely done. He was tested on a couple of plays there and rose to the challenge and kept those runners on base from scoring and adding to that lead. 4-0 our score as we go to the bottom of the third. Bottom of the third, 4-0. Canes from the Panhandle got their 4 runs in the second inning. Sent him into the plate. And so far, Eli Gainey has done a good job on the mound. The Montgomery Knights loaded the bases in the first. Couldn't score, got a base hit to start the second, but the runner was picked off of first base after a fielder's choice. So a promising start fizzled in that inning for the Knights. But they're back to the top of the order. This will be their second time through against Gainey. See if that has any kind of effect. It sure did have an effect in the game prior to this one, before the rain delay. We had a pitcher's duel. It was 0-0 going into the fourth inning, and then the lineup turned over for the starting pitcher, I believe for the third time in that game, and the floodgates opened. And Prime 9 was able to win that game 8-0. Would have played one more inning, or one more half inning anyway, if the rains had not come. But since the 8-run lead was there, the time ran out as the rain fell. So that ended up being the final score. Johnson at the plate. So this is the Johnson that was in center field. He is now pitching. That's number 12. So he's the one that came in and is on the mound now and got that scoreless inning a few moments ago. A 2-0 count. He struck out his first time up. Swung on and missed, 2-1. Another swing and a miss. He was a little late on that fastball. Two balls, two strikes. Wasn't late on that one, but he lifts it in the air to Moon out in center. And makes the catch for out number one. Now Smith. He was hit by a pitch his first time up. Made his way around to third where he was stranded in that first inning when they loaded the bases. He's ahead in the count, 1-0. Popped up. It's going to stay in play. Foul territory. The catcher there to squeeze it. Godwin. Two away in the third. And now the other Johnson, who's playing left. As I said, I think we started this game right around 6:10. It's 7:17 by the clock in the stadium. 1-1 the count to Johnson. And it's my understanding that these games have been shortened since we're getting late into the evening. The final game was scheduled to start at 7, but because of the rain, everything's been pushed back. But I know that tomorrow the games, instead of being an hour and 50 minutes, will be an hour and a half. They'll still finish whatever inning they're in once that hour and a half expires. Grounded to second. That's Gavin out there, who makes the play for a 1-2-3 third inning. Nicely done by Eli Gainey and the Canes. 4-0 still our score as we go to the fourth. Four to nothing our score, top of the fourth inning. Rosales, Gainey, and Gavin coming up. Rosales has been on base twice. He's been hit by a pitch. Had an RBI single in that 4-run second inning. He hit that ball down the third baseline that Riles got the glove on but couldn't squeeze it, and that brought home a run. Pitch misses inside for ball one to start the fourth. Riles has been impressive down there at third. Rosales is going to reach that ball off the glove of Lubiskar. He got to it, read it, got the glove on it, but couldn't squeeze it. Almost made a really good running catch. But it's a leadoff single for Rosales. And now Gainey, the pitcher, has walked twice. One and one the count. One and two. Called strike. Johnson on the mound for his second inning. Bounce that one up there. That one's low and in also. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Gainey's shown a good eye in this game. He pounds that one into the plate for a foul ball. Keeps it full. And he missed with another full count pitch. Gainey aboard on the free pass for the third time. First and second. Nobody out. I'm going to try one more time to see the last name on this jersey. Sconyers. I knew I'd get it. Sconyers, S-C-O-N-I-E-R-S. I hope I'm saying that right. First and second. Nobody out, top of the fourth, and Sconyers shows bunt. Pitch missed inside. Runner at first wandered off the bag. Drew a throw, but got back. Aggressive secondary lead on the bunt. Gainey almost too aggressive there. One and 0 to Sconyers. He lays it down, and it's a good bunt. Johnson comes off the mound, underhands to first, gets the out. Nice play. Good reaction by the pitcher. And a good understanding of how quickly he needed to get rid of that ball. That was a really good bunt. Put the pressure on the defense, but Johnson fielded his position very well. Sacrifice is successful. Gets the runners to second and third. One out. And White at the plate. That hit him. First time White has reached. He was 0 for 2 before that. Now Elam, as the infield comes in, and a wild pitch will bring home run number 5. Off the end of the bat foul. 1-1 the count. Elam, without an official at bat in 2 trips. He's been hit by a pitch and walked. Second and third, 1 out. Grounded left side and through, a base hit. Outfield playing very shallow. So that ball didn't get far enough into the outfield to allow the run to score from second. But it's a base hit and an RBI for Elam. And it's 6-0. Runner goes from first. Will make it without a throw. Patterson, number 9 hitter. Up to this point, he's done everything that Elam has done. He also has been hit by a pitch and walk. See if he follows the pattern with a base hit. Takes low. It's 2-0. Second and third. 1 out, 2 in. High and away. Good job by Sankey to get up and get the mid on that ball before it got by him. Ball 4. There's Canes at every base. And looks like we're going to get a pitching change. Johnson going to come out. The shortstop Smith going to come to the mound. Step aside as he warms up. Pitching change here in the 4th.
Smith taking his warm-ups. And a 6-run ball game. Starting to look like the bottom half of the fourth will probably be the last inning in this game, one way or another. If we are indeed playing an hour and a half games tonight, I not got crystal clear information on that. I do know we're doing that tomorrow, but I've also heard that we're starting that tonight. If that's the case, and if I'm right that this game started at 6:10, we're 9 minutes away from that hour and a half mark. And there's also a mercy rule in play here. 10 runs after 4. And of course, Montgomery, as the home team, would get a chance to bat regardless of the time or if it's a 10-run lead. But either way, whether it's a 10-run rule, time expires, or a bottom of the fourth rally by Montgomery, the bottom of the fourth is going to be the last half inning of this ball game. That's going to be my guess here. But the Canes trying to make sure their lead is safe. They got the bases loaded, up by 6, 2 balls, no strikes. Fallon Ray, the leadoff man, at the plate. 3-0. Ball 4, a run is in. It's 7-0. The bases are still loaded. Second RBI for Ray. He drove one home with a sacrifice fly in the second. Forces one home with a walk here. And now Godwin, who's 1 for 2. A base hit and a walk. Stolen 2 bases, scored a run. Two balls, no strikes. That one stayed up, 3-0. Another walk, another run in. Eight to nothing. Now Moon. A half swing. Drew contact, fouled it out of play. It's 0-1. That one stayed up. 1-1 the count. Infield in. Won't matter, hit batter. 9-0. And Canes bat around for the second time. Rosales led off the inning with a base hit. He came around to score a run. And he smacks that one hard down the line and into the corner. That is going to clear the bases easily. Rosales pulls in at second, a 3-run double. It's 12-0. A 4 RBI game for Rosales, who is 3 for 3 and has been on base all 4 times. He's also been hit by a pitch. He's having a ball game. He's at second. Gainey at the plate has walked 3 times. Takes a strike. Foul off the end of the bat. 0-2. This is something we haven't seen from Smith, getting ahead in the count, finding strikes. Has been difficult for that young man. That one went behind Gainey. Ripped into right. He went the other way with it, hit it hard. Rosales, a big turnaround third, but will stay there. Gainey gets his first hit. Now Sconyers. Runner goes, steals second. Grounder foul. Third baseline. Called strike. 1-2 the count. Sconyers been productive without a hit. 0 for 1 officially. He's been hit by a pitch and laid down a sacrifice bunt. Takes the ball in the dirt to even the count, 2-2. And there's called strike 3. For out number 2. Now White. 0 for 2. He's been hit by a pitch, scored a run. One ball, no strikes to White. Hard hit to short off the glove of the shortstop. Everybody's safe. Another run in.
14-0.
Now Elam, 14th man to bat in the inning, down to second. Goes White. Foul ball. That was self-preservation as much as it was a swing. That pitch up and in. He started to swing and tried to stop. The bat got between him and the ball. Swing and a miss. Ball and 2 strikes now to Elam. Popped up. It stayed in play, but Sankey didn't know where it was and wasn't able to get to it. It wasn't that high in the air. He didn't have a lot of time. So another 1-2 coming. Hacked on, foul back. That one found a hole in the netting. It rolled all the way up to the roof, the overhang here, and then fell in between. Line drive speared by the first baseman, Harrington. And finally, we have out number 3. 9 runs across for the Canes in the 4th. 13-0 our score. Bottom half of the 4th coming up. Decent little evening crowd here post-rain for this 16U game. I would say there's 30 or 40 people in here. That's a substantial uptick from the pre-rain games. Took place during the morning and during the day. There were maybe 10 people in here at the most for those early games. So nice to see some folks in the stands. Canes trying to close out a 13-0 ball game. And this should be the last inning. Well, it will be. If it ends before the time, then it'll be a mercy rule win. If the inning is extended, it'll get into the time frame. So no matter what happens, this will be it for this ball game. Chapman, Harrington, Diaz, 4, 5, 6 in the order.
Of course, when I say no matter what happens, one of those possibilities, a big rally here. Stranger things have happened. Game won't end until there's 3 outs in this inning, and that's a good start for the Knights. A hard hit ball past the first baseman. A base hit for Chapman. He's 2 for 2. He swings a good bat. Good reason he's in that cleanup spot. Now Harrington, who also had a base hit his first time up. That was back in the first. Good block by Godwin. Ball 1. One and 1 the count. I'm going to, in between games, see if I can do something about that camera. It keeps focusing on something and blurring up. At least that's what it looks like from where I'm sitting. Runner goes. Chapman down to second. Can't score 13 all at once. You got to start with 1. Chapman trying to make it happen. That pitch misses up. 2 balls and a strike. Beg your pardon, 3 and 1 now the count. And it's ball 4, so base runners for the Knights. Diaz at the plate, grounded out to first. His first time up. Swing and a miss late on the heater. Some pretty colors decorating the sky tonight. As we approach dusk, you can see it in that shot. The pink hues of sunset off in the distance. Oh, and 2 to Diaz. Turn him around, 1 and 2. And he got him, struck him out. First out in the inning. Now Riles, the third baseman. Runner goes, the throw to third. Oh, they called him out. Looked like he had his hand in there. I don't know about that call. It was a good throw, though. Godwin put it on the money.
2 outs in the inning now after Chapman caught stealing at third. Harrington followed him. He's at second now. Riles is hitting the helmet. Now Sankey takes high, ball one. Call strike. Evens the count. A ball and a strike now to Sankey. Reached on a fielder's choice. His first time back in the second inning. Takes a strike. He was ducking out of the way, fooled by that breaking ball. And the Montgomery Knights down to their last strike. 1-2 the count with 2 outs. And that's called strike 3. And that is going to do it. 13-0 our final score. In the next to last game of this first day here at the Showcase Series in Troy. 13-0 our final score. The Canes from the Panhandle knock off the Montgomery Knights in Pool B play. We'll take a break. Come back for one more game here on this Friday, opening day of the Showcase Series here in Troy. About 15 minutes in between. They'll get set up for that second game. We'll have the feed up, sound off, so you can check and see when that last game of the day will begin. And we'll be back with all the action when it does here on JockJive.
And we're ready to go. Final game of this opening Friday of the Showcase Series here from Troy. You got FB Scout, their 16U team, against Heman Hustle in the 18U bracket. Don't let the name of the Scout team fool you. They're playing up there in this 18U Pool A. It's the second game of the day for FB Scout. They lost 8-0 to CC Elite earlier today. First game of the day, last for Heman Hustle in the last game of the schedule. So they're on the field for the first time. And the first pitch is swung, rolled to the first baseman fielding, cutting in front of the second baseman. And the pitcher fielding makes the out. Nicely done on the right side of the infield to get us started here in the top of the first. One away. FB Scout, that's DeWitt, the leadoff man, retired on the 3-1 putout. And now Pelton, swing and a miss against Cameron Tipton, the pitcher for the Heman Hustles. Call them the Hustles, the Hustlers. Let's stick with the team name, Heman Hustle. 0-2 the count. Nighttime is upon us. We had dusk at the end of the last game as a call, strike 3, sends Pelton back to the dugout. 2 quick outs. Low and in. This is Heilman at the plate. Late. 86 miles an hour from Cameron Tipton. Grounded to short. Trevor Camden across the diamond. A little bit of a low throw, but Colton Cook digs it out in a 1-2-3 inning in the top of the first. FB Scout goes down in order. Heman Hustle coming to bat in the bottom half, no score. No score, bottom of the first. Trevor Camden, the shortstop, going to lead things off. Pitcher is a left-hander, Jordan. Last game of the day, and I think we've got our camera issue resolved. We had a little blur kicking in Camera was focusing on something that was obstructing the lens. I had another camera up here, so I just went ahead and switched it out, but I think we've got the problem fixed no matter, or a solution available to the problem no matter which camera we use going forward. So apologize for that blurry picture. It's kind of been off and on all day, and I know it's been annoying for everybody that's been watching. And if you haven't been watching and you're just tuning in for the first time for these two teams, then you get to see the solution and not have to deal with it. We are in the bottom of the first. No score. Camden going to lead it off. Trevor Camden, the shortstop, facing the pitcher, Jordan. Jordan not in the lineup as a batter. That's been a little bit unusual for this showcase series. He starts Camden off with an 84-mile-an-hour strike. Breaking ball. Crosses at the knees. It's 0-2. And a call, strike three. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Camden 3 pitches and back to the dugout. Now the catcher, Landon Ulrich. He swings through it. Breaking ball. Tipped into the mitt. 0-2 the count. Fifth and final game today. We've got some schedule shuffling taking place as that one's tipped into the mitt, and he strikes out on 3 pitches. Got a shot at an immaculate inning here. 9 pitches, 3 strikeouts. It's in play. 6 pitches, 2 strikeouts through the first, and there it goes. There's ball 1. Put the whammy on him. Ball 1 to Tipton. Pitcher versus pitcher here. Tipton batting in that number 3 spot. Takes a strike at the knees. 1-1. You see mid-80s at this level from a left-hander. That is a challenge, and he's up until that breaking ball has located it well here. That pitch as well, he has located it well early on. But it's 2-1 now to Tipton. There's that breaking ball in for a strike, 2-2. There's a big break on that pitch. He dials that down. That one came in at 70 miles an hour. Do it again. Tipton got a piece of it and fouled it down the third baseline. Still 2-2. Seen some good baseball today. Seen some good weather. Seen some bad weather. And there's a chance for all those again tomorrow. It wasn't an immaculate inning, but Tipton does strike out the side. 3 straight strikeouts in 1-2-3 fashion. No scores. We go to the second. No score through one. No base runners for either side in the first inning. My name is Tim Altork. Glad you're with us here at the Showcase Series in Troy. Here on JockJive. Robert Williamson, the captain of the ship here at JockJive down in Louisiana, doing another tournament over there. So he drafted me into action here in Troy. I'm glad to be doing it. I love watching baseball. I love it at any level. I love getting to sit here and talk about it. It's going to be a lot of baseball in these 3 days. It might be like the equivalent of when you get caught smoking when you're a kid and your dad makes you smoke a whole pack to break you of the desire. It's going to be a lot of baseball. But I think I can handle it. Hope you can too. 0-1 the count to Hendershot. '87 on that fastball. That's got some scoot on it from Tipton. 0-2 the count. So far, the pitchers have staked their claim at the top of the heap in this game. And these batters got some work to do to take them down a peg. Still 0-2 after that foul ball. Hendershot, the catcher. And it's a strikeout for Tipton against Hendershot to start the second inning. Second strikeout for Tipton. And now the right fielder, Vance. Tipped into the mitt, squeezed by Ulrich. 0-1 the count. Foul back, 0-2. Tipton working quickly. Catch and release. He gets that ball, gets his sign, and gets it to the plate. Fastball a little bit high. 1-2. Called strike three on the breaking ball. Froze Vance. Buckled those knees. Back-to-back strikeouts. 2 away in the second. Now Clark, the left fielder. A strike to him. Tipton winds and delivers. A little bit low. 1-1. That one low and past the catcher. 2 balls and a strike. Got pool play today and tomorrow. Each of these teams in this event will play 3 games between these 2 days. Some of them play 1 today, 2 tomorrow, some vice versa. Swing and a miss. 2-2. And the top teams from each pool will advance to play for the championship on Sunday. Just missed. As that heater popped the catcher's mitten. Reverberated around the stadium. 3-2. Good swing. 2-hopper to second. Good throw across from Sanders. And 3 up, 3 down once again in the second for Tipton and the Heman Hustle team. No score as we go to the bottom of the second. Two separate tournaments taking place here in Troy. This game is part of the 18 and under age group. There's also a 16 and under age group, completely separate. They won't cross over and play each other. As I said, pool play taking place in the 18 and under group. There are 3 pools, so 3 teams will advance to play on Championship Sunday. The top team, which will be determined by record and run differential, will have an automatic bid in the championship game, the final game in this 18U tournament. The other 2 teams will have to play each other on Sunday to earn their spot in that championship game. And all that will be determined leading up to those games on Sunday, who those teams will be. In the 16U tournament, there's only 2 pools. So the winner of each one of those pools will meet in the championship game. There will be no quote-unquote semifinal game. It'll just be one final there. Jaden Gray leading things off for the Heeman Hustle team against the lefty Jordan for this FB Scout team. Swing and a miss. Been a lot of that early on for Jordan. He is dialed in. 1-1 the count. Gray, the right fielder. Well, it was 2 strikes, and then that was strike 3. Tipped into the mitt. 4 batters faced by Jordan. 4 strikeouts in the game. 1 out in the second. Now Edmund Mackey, the center fielder. Breaking ball. Strike, 0-1. Mackey went around, says the home plate umpire. 0-2. I'm familiar with spin rate as a concept. I know why it's important. And the reason I bring that up is they have it on the scoreboard here in the stadium. Every pitch has the velocity and the spin rate up there on the big screen. What I don't know and I'm not as familiar with is the numbers themselves and what's good and what's mediocre and what's not as good. But I do know that the spin rate that Jordan is putting together up there as he blows away another hitter, strikeout number 5, is among the highest that I've seen consistently today. He's gotten up into the 2300s with that spin rate on some of those breaking balls. That last fastball zipped in at 83, but he's mixing those pitches so well, and he's locating them. And that right there is an example of what he has not done, falling behind in the count, 1-0 to Jake Buis. Knew I was going to stumble on that one. B-U-I-S. 1-1. Buis, the third baseman. Held up on the swing. Pitch missed inside. It's 2-1. He got a piece of it. That's more than most have done right there. Just fouled it back to the screen. 2-2 the count. Now it's full. That one got there on a bounce. Called strike 3, breaking ball at the belt. 6 up, 6 down, 6 strikeouts for Jordan. No score. as we go to the third. I think this game started about 8:15. I didn't take it down because I was a little bit distracted getting my lineup together when the first pitch took place. But we're probably about 8:15 is when we started. And we're looking at an hour and a half. We're a half hour in, so another hour to go. Unless we can squeeze in 7 innings before then. At this rate, we might. We're in the third. Haven't had a base runner yet for either team. Tipton to face the 7, 8, 9 spots. Damon, Parrish, and Ross. The center fielder to lead it off. Shallow right center. And all the way from center. Oh, that ball fell. I can't tell if they caught it or if they had to throw him out. The way that play went, the center fielder, Mackey, went full sprint. Gray was there as well from right. I don't know that either one of them caught it because Gray came up throwing and fired a strike to second. Either way, it's an out. Damon is retired. Now Parrish, the shortstop. Tipton's spin numbers very similar to Jordan's. Foul ball left side. But he's getting that spin on the fastball. That's an 86-mile-an-hour fastball with almost 2,300 spin rate. And he flailed at that one and strikes out, does Parrish. 4th strikeout for Tipton. Now Ross, the DH. That's a big young man standing at the plate. And he takes a big cut. Comes up empty. Takes low and in. A ball and a strike to Ross. That one missed as well. 2 balls and a strike. That one got in on his hands, brushed him back a little bit. 3-1. Ball 4. Gets past Ulrich. But there's your first base runner of the ball game, a two-out walk to Ross. And now the extra hitter, Lindsey. If you haven't been watching, if this is your first game, tuning in with us, tournament allows for an extra hitter, which means these coaches can put 10 players in the batting lineup. Seen about a 50-50 split with coaches that have done it and coaches that haven't. And there's a strike, and it's 0-2 to Lindsey. And the reason for it is obvious. In a tournament like this, you want to get as many guys opportunities to hit as you can. This is a developmental type of event. These guys are all done with their high school and some of them college seasons. And most of them are getting ready for whatever they'll do in the fall. I'm sure there's some multi-sport guys out here, guys that'll be playing football once the month of July rolls around. And there's some guys that have graduated that will be playing at the next level, and they'll be playing their fall ball on the diamond. So this is a tune-up for that, a way to keep those guys sharp as they come out of their high school or college regular seasons and into their off season. Full count. And a base hit to left. Nice piece of hitting by Lindsey. Worked a deep count. Got a pitch he could handle and served it through the hole on the left side. A base hit with 2 outs. Has runners at first and second. And that gets us back to the top of the order with DeWitt. Big cut, didn't get it. 0-1. DeWitt grounded to first to lead off the game. Cook came off the bag and fielded it, fed the pitcher, covering the base. Low and in. 1-1. Fouled out of play the opposite way. 1 ball, 2 strikes. For me here at JockJive, we'll go home and not go home, go back to the hotel and sleep. Get up in the morning, do it all again. A busy day of baseball tomorrow. They had to compress the schedule, 2 fields, because of the rain earlier today that delayed us here and everywhere else. But it did more than that at a couple of the other fields. Originally, we had 4 fields in play in this event. 2 of those no longer usable because of the rain that came down so torrentially late afternoon, early evening today. And as much as it rained, it tells you how well this turf field is designed, as there's a called strike 3 to end the inning. So a couple of base runners, a walk and a base hit. But Tipton retires the side with 2 more strikeouts to his credit and keeps it a scoreless ball game as we go to the bottom of the 3rd. you see it. Zeros on the scoreboard, bottom of the third inning. And Jordan back to work. 6 up, 6 down. For the FB Scout lefty, and all 6 retired on strikes. 4 swinging, 2 looking. Yeah, talking about the rain before the break between innings there. Looking out at the field from where I'm sitting, and if you happen to turn on our feed, we still had the video up during the rain delay, and it just looked like a translucent gray sheet that somebody hung over the window in front of the booth here. It just was that heavy of rain just coming down for at least a good half hour. Just drenched the field. And this field, there's a couple, you can see still a couple of shiny spots out there on that turf. It's artificial turf everywhere but the mound. But other than those shiny spots that are still maybe a little bit wet, this field drained very quickly and is no worse for the wear. 1 ball, no strikes to Connor McCann, the left fielder. And he shoots one fouling out of play into the roundabout. If you watch with us a lot this weekend, you'll hear me say that quite a bit. There's a little roundabout that has an oak tree as its centerpiece, just down and out of the stadium on the right field side, and had several foul balls make it in that direction. 2-1. Hit to right and hard. Vance over towards the line. Can't get it, but it's a foul ball. Diving attempt by Vance. And took a pretty hard tumble out there. He's a little slow moving around after he got up, lost his hat, picks it up. And now he's ready to get back to his spot with a 2-2 pitch coming up. Good hustle out and right by Vance. Almost made a great play. That one missed. 2-2. Almost made a great play. That description begs a little philosophical question in my mind. Does it have to be a catch to be a great play? There's ball 4. So the first base runner for the Heeman Hustle team. The left fielder McCann leading off. You want your guys as coaches, the good ones, teach effort, hustle. Whether you make the play or not, if you're giving it 110%, as they say, then your effort makes you successful. So was that a great play, the way that he just went after it like that, even though the ball didn't end up in his glove? Never really thought about it that way. Something to think about. We always say almost a great play when they don't make the catch. But maybe it's a great play anyway. Called strike 3. Hitter shot. He got lost. It's been a long day for everybody. That's the first out in the inning. Hendershot rolled the ball back out to the mound like that was the last out of the inning. But Colton Cook is down on strikes. 1 away. Look, I can't be critical. I have tripped all over myself up here. So I don't blame Hendershot at all. for getting a little lost. Swing and a miss. There is a runner at first. 1 out in the inning. Hudson Sanders, the second baseman, at the plate. Throw over. First time Jordan's had to deal with a base runner. He got another strikeout immediately after that walk. But obviously the runner has at least a little bit of his attention after he made that throw over. That pitch is up and in. It's a ball and 2 strikes to Sanders, the number 9 hitter in the order. And he strikes out swinging. Man, oh man, Jordan. Eight outs, 8 strikeouts for Jordan. Now Will Wortman, the EH, the extra hitter, the number 10 spot in the order. Wortman takes the ball. That off speed stayed high. And there's the difference in the spin rate. The previous pitch missed but was sharp, a very sharp breaking ball with the spin rate up over 2,300. That last pitch, not nearly as sharp on the break, and the spin rate was in the 2,100s. I don't know, it's a new number for me. I get carried away talking about it maybe, but it's 3 balls, no strikes to Wortman. The runner goes. The pitch is swung on and missed, and the base is stolen as McCann slides in safely. So running on the 3-0, McCann swipes second. It's a 3-1 count to Wortman, who, if he can find a way to put a base hit in the outfield, could put his team ahead here. Fake to second by Jordan. And Hendershot going to go check with Jordan, make sure he knows how many outs there are. Two outs, guys. Three and one to count. Call strike 2 after Wortman had thrown the bat away and was about to take his base. Full count. There is ball 4. Second walk in the inning. Heman Hustle still looking for his first hit against Jordan. They got 2 base runners right now. And they're back to the top of the order, Trevor Camden. He, like almost everyone else, struck out his first time. Jordan has been absolutely dominant. But he's struggling with the strike zone a little bit here. 1-0 the count. 2-0 now. Long look in. Now he's got his sign and come set. Breaking ball, 2-0. It's a beauty. 2 balls and a strike. That's confidence right there. And good pitch selection. There was a time when 2-0 was automatic fastball. You never wanted to fall behind 3-0. You go to your pitch that you feel like you can locate the best. Hitters caught on to that too. Swing and a miss to even the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Then it became trendy to throw the changeup 2-0. And that's still something that happens quite a bit, to try to cross up those guys that are sitting dead red with the count in their favor. Time called at the plate. But we've seen Jordan, hadn't been in many 2-0 counts, but we saw him go to the curveball there 2-0, and it was a very good selection in that situation. Off the end of the bat, right side, the second baseman was pinched up the middle. Long way to go. The flip to first. In time for the out. Pelton was swung over way up the middle. That ball not hit hard at all, but Pelton's so far to go to get to it. Didn't have a moment to spare and did everything right to get the out. And in the inning, 2 walks, 2 runners left stranded. And that ground ball, the first out, that was not a strikeout. Still scoreless as we go to the 4th. Fourth inning, a new pitcher for Heman Hustle. After 3 shutout innings by Cameron Tipton, they put the ball in the hands of Wade Messick. Right-hander trying to pick up where Tipton left off. There are some pitching limitations in this tournament. According to the tournament rules, no pitcher can throw more than 7 innings in the tournament. The other limitation, which doesn't factor in right now since this is the last game of the day, but the other limitation is that if you throw 2 innings in any game, you cannot pitch again that same day. So that may come into play tomorrow and even possibly on Sunday with the championship, especially in this 18U portion of the event. That one of the 18U teams will have to play 2 games on Sunday, so that 2-inning limit could be a factor in strategy and how they use their pitchers. Also lifting Tipton after 3 innings, that means he's got 4 left to play with. If you want to theorize about strategy, you let him rest tomorrow and split up those other 2 innings between 2 possible games on Sunday. That's just a thought. It's Pelton leading things off here. Pelton, Heilman, Hendershot, 2, 3, 4 in the order against Messick. 2-1 the count. That one's high, 3-1. In there for a called strike. Gets it full. 3-2. Hit hard. In the air to right, though. Playable for Gray. Didn't have to move much to make the catch for out number one. Al Heilman, who grounded out to short his first time. Comes up in empty on that cut, 0-1. Didn't swing. It was a strike anyway, 0-2. Just missed with that breaking ball. Called strike 3 on the curve. Dropped it in there. Heilman is Messick's first strikeout victim. 2 away in the fourth. Now Hendershot, the catcher, struck out his first time. A little bit late there. Not quite the velocity from Messick. He's in the upper 70s. But it's a zippy fastball. It's not looping up there. One and one the count. One and two. Called strike. About off the screen. Still 1 and 2. And he struck him out. Went back to the curveball. And Messick with back-to-back strikeouts. He gets a 1-2-3 in the fourth. It's contagious among these pitchers. They're getting the job done all the way around. No score as we go to the bottom of the fourth. No score, bottom of the fourth. We're an hour in. And the game can end in a tie. They won't keep going if the time has expired or if we reach 7 innings tied. That's just the way it's going to be. They'll leave it tied and just factor that into the standings when they figure out how it all comes out. So it goes by record. If there's a tie, the tiebreakers first will be head-to-head. And if you have to get deeper into it, it'll be run differential. Some of these teams won't play each other, even within the same pool, with 6 teams, and each team only playing 3 pool games. Obviously, you can't play 5 teams in 3 games, so there will not always be a head-to-head tiebreaker. So run differential is going to be important, probably, in settling who ends up playing for the championship. Oh, and 2. 2, 3, 4 spots in the order. Ulrich, Tipton, and Gray. The ball and 2 strikes now. There's a slow roller to short. Charging is Parrish. Sets his feet, makes a good strong throw across for out number 1. Tipton's still in the lineup. Even though he's not pitching, he may have switched positions. He may have stayed on the field somewhere. They did not have a DH in the lineup since Tipton was hitting for himself. So he's got to be on the field somewhere. Called strike. 3-2. That's just a pet peeve of mine. If you have ever listened to me call a game and that happens, a 3-ball count, the batter does not wait for the umpire to make his call, throws the bat away, and it's a strike. And there's ball 4. I get part of it. You hear silence momentarily after the pitch hits the mitt. You think the ump's not going to make that call. But if it's a borderline pitch, why not just wait? There's nothing wrong with standing there for just a split second with the bat on your shoulder to make sure that the call is what you think it is. But Tipton draws the walk anyway, and that's the 3rd one issued by Jordan. And now Gray, who, guess what, struck out his first time. That's what almost everybody did. Called strike. Corner at the knees. They say the double play is a pitcher's best friend. His second best friend is the fastball at the corner at the knees. In the air, down the line and right, tailing foul. Gray played the fade down the right field line, couldn't keep it fair. It's 0-2. Fastball missed high. He might have got him with that if that had been in the zone. 1-2. That one gets past the first baseman into right. Runner trying to go first to third. The throw back to second gets into right field, and that'll score a run. Who was going to blink first? I would not have bet it would be Jordan, but that is the case. And check on Gray out at second base. We might have had a little collision as that ball was getting thrown around. Gray with a clean base hit. The first hit allowed by Jordan. A solid single past the first baseman on the ground. Tipton was chugging all the way as Gray tries to run it off. Looks like he's moving pretty well, whatever it was that got him banged up. I don't think it's going to get him out of the game unless they just want to play it safe here. But he gives the coach a high five. Looks like he's good to go. Fans like it too. But to finish the thought on the play, Tipton all the way to third. The throw came to third from right field. And DeWitt, his throw pulled him off the bag. He knew he wasn't going to have a play at his base. He saw Gray making his way to second, and DeWitt just ever so slightly hesitated as Jordan receives a well-deserved hand as he comes out of this ball game. What a great performance. Saved the best for last on this Friday. That's the best pitching I've seen today in 5 baseball games. Jordan leaves trailing at 1-0. We'll step aside as the new pitcher takes his warm-ups. Back after this. So new pitcher for the FB scout team, and I don't have uniform numbers for those guys. It's number 21. I have not been tracking them by uniform number, so if this is somebody that's already in the lineup, which it could be, this is a guess, that might be Ross, who is the DH. He could slide into that pitcher spot, keep his spot in the lineup. They would just lose the DH if they do that. But we'll confirm that the next time Ross comes up, if he's wearing that 21. I know he's already hit once, but I don't have his number written down, and I wasn't writing them down as they came to the plate, so I can't say for sure that's who that is. But the new pitcher comes in with a run in, a runner at second, 1 out. And Mackey, the center fielder, the number 5 spot in the lineup, a 1-hopper to short, runner to third. Mackey retired. Gray running on contact, moves up 90 feet. Now Buis 0-for-1 with a strikeout. See if he can get a runner home from third with 2 outs. Strike. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Brushed him back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Got under it, skied it, shallow right. Vance coming in and towards the line a little bit. Gets there in plenty of time. Out number 3. But a walk, a base hit, and a throwing error allows a run to score. And Heman Hustle leads it 1-0 as we go to the 5th. It's 1-0, and we're in the 5th. Coming up on 9:30. That would put us about an hour and 15 into this game if I have the start time correct. I'm educated guess on as 8:15 as the start time, which would put our hour and a half time limit at 9:45. Bunt laid down pretty good. Messick comes over, Fields throws. And safe at first as the ball came out of the glove of Cook. Nicely done by Vance. They need a base runner down by a run. Vance obliges. A bunt single. Now Clark, the left fielder. Strike at the knees, inside half. Messick lost his hat with that delivery. The 0-1. Outside corner. 0-2. Throw over. And again. These are two very good teams in this 18U. You can see them as possible contenders. The Prime 9 team that we saw earlier today, also an early front runner. They won against the FB Scout 19U team. 8-0 in that game, and that's a pool that is theirs to win now. Oh, the throw to second is dropped. The runner stopped, and he's still safe. What a weird play. Sliding in was Vance and stopped short of the bag trying to avoid a collision with the defender. But the second baseman, Sanders, just dropped the ball on the feed from Trevor Camden. So once Vance saw the ball on the ground, he had to scamper to get to the base, and he just was able to do so. An error. And it's runners first and second as they meet on the mound to discuss it. Nobody out, and an opportunity to at least tie this game and maybe steal it here. The question in my mind as this inning began was, would they play the second half, the bottom half of this inning, if it's still a 1-0 Heman Hustle lead? With the time closing in, I'm assuming they would. I don't know that you can assume that an inning is going to take a specific amount of time if you're short of the time limit. But it also depends on how long this one takes, and of course whether or not FB Scout scores a run or two. First and second, nobody out. Damon, the center fielder, at the plate. Takes the pitch low. And Ulrich. Wonder if this is a runner at second. Get your signs straight type of deal. They just got done with a meeting on the mound with the whole infield. And Ulrich popped up as soon as that pitch got into his mitt to go talk to Messick. Hopefully they're on the same page now. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike to Damon, who flied out to right his first time. Daylight play, shortstop cutting in behind the runner at second. Bunt laid down and a good one. The catcher jumps out, throws to the second baseman, covering the bag, safe at first. Hustling all the way, Damon just flat out beat it out. That was a good bunt too. He killed it right out in front of the plate. It got to the green grass out there, but not very far, and it was up the line. Ulrich played it perfectly. He got to it as quickly as he could, threw as quickly as he could. It just wasn't quick enough. And Damon with a single has the bases loaded with nobody out. Grounder to second. And he bobbled it again. The throw to first pulled him off the bag. Everybody's safe. Hudson Sanders not having a good inning. Tie game. And both teams benefiting from defensive mistakes to get their runs on the board. It's bases loaded, still nobody out. Not picking on Sanders, but that is the second error that he's committed in this inning.
Foul back.
So this is Ross, and it's Lindsey on deck. That's the new – he's the pitcher, so that makes sense. He's in as the extra hitter, so he moves from the extra hitter to pitcher and probably flip-flopped. Call strike 3 as Ross is retired for out number 1. Base is still loaded. Boy, it'd be something for Messick to get out of this. Well, there wouldn't be a flip-flop. The DH is in the lineup, too. It's just a change of position for Lindsey. He goes from that EH position to the pitcher and remains in his spot in the lineup. He had a base hit his last time up. Another one here would break this tie in this 5th inning. Fouled off. He's behind in the count 0-2. 2 singles and 2 errors have turned into a run and tied this game in the top of the 5th. Base is still loaded with 1 out. The 0-2. High chopper to the mound. Messick, nowhere to go. Could have got the out at first. That's what Bowie's at third was pointing in that direction. But that was kind of the last thing on Messick's mind. He was thinking home or third, and there was not a play at either one of those spots. And it's 2-1. On the infield single by Lindsey, an RBI. Base is still loaded. A hit batter, another run in. Maybe it's just because I've watched 5 baseball games today, and that's what makes it seem like a lot. But there have been a lot of hit batters on this Friday here in Troy. That's the first one in this game, so that helps even the scales a little bit. But in the 4 previous games, there were a bunch. And Messick is going to come out of this game a pitching change for Heman Hustle. Tell you about the new pitcher right after this. So Mackey comes in from center field and will take over on the mound. Hudson Sanders has gone from second base to the outfield. And Messick came off the field. Someone else came in. So I don't know who's going to be at second right this second. Haha, pun. Because the problem is I can't see. And I got my binoculars. And I'm looking at that cluster of infielders talking while the warm-up pitches are being made. So Blease will stay at third. Cook, I'm assuming, will stay at first. Sanders goes to the outfield. Camden. I can't see the number on that. Second baseman. Is it Tipton maybe? That might be a 1. I don't know. Anyway, it's Mackey on the mound. Trying to get out of this mess. 3 runs in. Base is still loaded, only 1 out. Pelton at the plate, the number 2 spot in the order. He's the 8th man to bat in the inning. Mackey the lefty bunted it, hit the bat twice. The second time while Pelton was still in the box, so it's a foul ball. Had him out in front on the off speed, struck him out. That's a big out in the inning. And now Heilman. That's not 1, that's 8 out at second. So McCann from left comes to second base. And I'm assuming he swapped with Sanders. Sanders maybe to left. And a call. Strike 3 ends the inning, but not before 3 runs come across. 3 hits, 2 errors, a hit batter. And we go to the bottom of the 5th. This will be the final inning. 3-1 our score. FB Scout leading Heman Hustle. 3-1, bottom of the fifth. Last chance for this Heman Hustle team. They got to run across, took that 1-0 lead, but gave up 3 in the top of the fifth. And this will be the last inning, regardless of what happens, win, lose, or draw. Lindsay gets a swinging strike out of Connor McCann to start the fifth. And that's a solid base hit to left with the outfield playing deep, trying to prevent extra bases. They surrender a base hit to McCann. So a good start for Heman Hustle. A ball to Colton Cook. The 1-0 is high, 2-0. We'll be right back at it tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Six games. We'll go 9, 11, 1, 3, 5, and 7 are the time slots with hour-and-a-half games and roughly 30 minutes in between. That's how it's set up. Grounder, fair, on the bag at third, throw across, only play for DeWitt. Gets Cook. Runner moves up to second. And now Sanders, you know, he'd really like to do something good here with the bat after his defensive misadventures helped lead to that 3-run inning for FB Scout. See if he can get a little redemption here. Takes a pitch low, and that's a good sign in that at bat under those circumstances. You may see a guy pressing a little bit in that situation with the memory of those miscues. Can take you out of your game a little bit, but he didn't go chasing on that first pitch. Showed some discipline, some patience there. That's a good sign in this at bat as Lindsay gets a visit. Home plate umpire Mosey's out there. Come on, guys, it's almost 10 o'clock. It's been a long day for the umpires, too. Foul straight back. Evens the count, 1-1 to Sanders. Takes the pitch low, 2-1. Keeps the count in his favor. Up and in, 3-1. Sanders reaches. He would be the potential tying run. Lindsey comes set, comes home, and it's ball 4. So Heman Hustle not done yet. A base hit, a one-out walk. They're at first and second. And the number 10 spot in the lineup, Will Wortman, the EH, drew a walk his first time up. Checked his swing. The ball hit the bat. Foul ball. If it had not hit the bat, that would not have been a strike. He didn't come close to going around on that one. The 0-1. Drops in for a strike, 0-2. Popped up, right side. First baseman Heilman called for it. Makes the catch for out number 2. So back to the top of the lineup in Camden, who struck out and grounded out. And he's the last hope for Heman Hustle in this game. Lindsey misses low. 1 ball, no strikes. There's a breaking ball. In for a strike. It's 1-1. Missed low with that one. 2-1. In there, called strike, 2-2. 1 strike away from victory. And up the middle, off the glove of the second baseman. And they got the runner hung out to dry. He took a big turn around second, and that's the way the ball game ends. Tough break on the base paths. I think Sanders thought once that ball got past the infield, the runner at third was going to try to score. He did not. Sanders had nowhere to go. And he is tagged out for out number 3, and that's the final score. 3-1. FB Scout wins a big one in Pool A over Heman Hustle. 2 very good teams, one of the better quality, well-played ball games that we've seen in the 5 today. Tough to see that one of those teams had to take a loss. But that's going to do it for day 1 here from Troy. The Showcase Series, day 1 is in the books. We got 2 more to go. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., the first game scheduled for us here at Troy University is Florida-Bama 18 versus CC Elite. That's another Pool A game. And that's what will get us started at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So join us then. Thank you so much for tuning in with us. Sorry for some of the